Hey everybody, it's Mr. Mac here. Just wanted to put a quick note at the start of this video that there are some difficult conversations being had in the following segment, taken from our Safe in Our World charity stream. If at any point you feel that a subject is possibly going to trigger any mental health concerns that you may have, please pause and resume at your own leisure when you feel a little more comfortable. No one on this panel are any sort of mental health professionals. We are people who have experienced these issues with our own mental health experiences, and we want to share that with you today. Please enjoy the following video. Take care and make sure that you reach out to someone as directed in the video. Take care and thank you. Right, hello and welcome. Obviously, we have been doing our live stream here for the past 4 hours. And we've brought on some fantastic guests to share some mental health stories with us. Today we have been streaming for Safe in Our World, who's a mental health charity. We have been streaming, as I said, for the last 4 hours just now. What they're doing at the minute, their goals is to remove the stigma behind mental health and encourage people sharing and being able to speak out about the mental health issues, in particular the actual within the games industry, which is why I thought it would be a really good charity to start getting involved with back at the start of the year is when I kind of eyeballed them, and then within the last month or so applied to be the champion for the charity and do this live stream to try and raise some funds and some awareness, which we've been very successful with over the last month. Again, it is focused on the games industry in particular, and within different companies and things, all kind of ranges of different subjects I want to say, but basically, crunch, all that kind of thing, just removing the whole idea that it's okay to be able to speak out. If there is anybody that's looking for more information, and there is something that I'm going to be promoting later on behalf of the Safe in Our World, please give safeinourworld.org a visit and check out their stuff. They've got some interesting parts within that website. They also have a part where you can go in and you can see all games that promote mental health, that promote well-being, and that's honestly been something that has been really good for me as well, because it kind of points you towards games that you maybe wouldn't have thought about playing before. So what we'll do is we'll go around and we'll introduce each of our wonderful guests. I'll start obviously myself as Mr. Mac, as you guys know. I've been doing Twitch streaming for a while now from Bonnie, Scotland, so I've decided to use our platform for the good and do this charity stream. We have on the stream with us, we've got Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Freeman. You might know me as the Indie Boy One on socials. I'm Kind of Funny best friend, so you probably know me from events and things like that.
Welcome, Mark. I appreciate you taking the time out, mate. I appreciate you reaching out as well. It's something that's very special to me, the fact that each one of you have done this. So just off the bat for everybody, just appreciate everything that you have done to make this happen. So we also have Craig with us.
Nice. I occasionally stream on Twitch as well, but not very often. Upside everywhere, which is how you pronounce it, because you guys were asking me earlier.
I'll forget that, mate, definitely.
It was created in the Xbox 360 days.
That's a good excuse for the lot of us, let's be honest. We also have Crafty here with us.
Hi there, crafty gamer lady, also Heather. I'm over in Eastern Washington in the United States. I've been streaming since about January, but I've been in the community since about the middle of last year. Variety gaming streamer and an art streamer.
Love it. You like to see that kind of thing, let's be honest. We also have with us Mr. Joe Medfors.
Hello, everyone. I am a content creator, streamer over on twitch.tv/JoeMedForce. I am a big personal advocate for mental health awareness and discussions around mental health, and like to provide a safe space for that in my community. And I just want to say thank you so much to Mr. Mac for having me on, and also putting this whole stream together for Safe in Our World. It's an incredible cause, so please exclamation point SIOW in the chat and donate if you can.
Thanks very much, mate. I appreciate that. I'm not doing the best job at making sure that to send people that way. It's I'm fairly new to this, so it's it's just trying to get used to everything again. We also have, of course, we have Natalie, Waxing Moon.
Hi, I'm Natalie, also known as Waxing Moon 16. I'm on Twitch. I'm a variety streamer. I have been streaming on Twitch since January of this year, actually. That's how I met Mr. Mac. It's because of Mr. Mac, actually, that I'm now a champion for Safe in Our World as well. Mental health advocacy is something that I hold quite dear to my heart, and I have done for probably the best part of maybe 10 years or so. Mental health has been in my life for probably about 20 years, so it's an issue that I hold close to me.
Thanks very much for that. Thank you. Obviously, that is the first kind of podcast type thing that I've ever done. We are taking questions in the chat. We will copy them out and post them onto this Google Doc, and we'll answer them after each kind of person has went. We have this. I'll just kind of show this off before I kick start. This special kind of shout out to the very talented friend of Mrs. Mac, Amy, who is somebody that Mrs. Mac's kind of became friendly with, and we've managed to build this a wee nod to Safe in Our World, which we'll manage to fit in at the end of the stream with a wee picture. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to that, because what you're going to see next is going to shame absolutely every bit of that build when I build something scuff right in front of it. So what I'll do is I'm just going to start off myself with my own mental health journey, my own kind of reasons for doing this, and then we'll move around the table. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a quick drink of water because I've been speaking for the last 4 hours. Apologies. Basically, anyway, I think the hardest part for me is actually trying to think of when I would identify the start. For me, I would say. So what I will say is, obviously, and most people are going to pinpoint their mental health taking quite a bit of a decline during the start of the pandemic, and I would probably say that would be a good place to start for me. Basically, back at the start, obviously we took some reduced hours and things at work, which meant that things were maybe a wee bit more relaxed than what they would have previously been before. And as a result of that, obviously it kind of meant that there wasn't quite anywhere near as much pressure on me. So obviously then that as you start to work between 12-6 shifts or whatever, it's literally not that much work, and I take a lot of pride at what I'm doing in work, but I also take a lot of that work home with me, and I've always done that. So at the halfway through kind of lockdown, everything ramped back up so quickly that it kind of took me aback and sent me back quite a bit in terms of professionally and obviously personally. Basically, what ended up happening is because certain jobs were kicking off and getting too much for me. I ended up I have existing stomach issues, which are stress induced, and basically that stress causes a reaction where my stomach produces more acid than it should, which causes great nausea, and it prevents me from eating. In particular, in the morning, I get really bad bouts of that, and what ends up happening after that is that we end up having, it's hard to explain. I'm actually feeling, to be honest, but basically what ends up happening is I'll go through times where I'm not eating properly, I'm not having lunch properly, I'm not having dinners and things properly. And it just kind of spirals from there, because what I'm then doing is worrying about not eating, and worrying that the not eating is going to make me ill, and all of that simply was stemming from work related stress, which I know that probably not only the people in this panel can attest to, but people watching and people at home as well if they're watching later. But basically what ends up happening is that the stress will prevent me from doing my job properly, which then spirals again into even more stress. So the key word there being the stress. Now I kind of struggled to identify that was the thing that was making me feel the worst, because what I was doing was I was getting that stressed out that I was then demoralising myself in terms of my job, what I could do in my workplace, how what I was my self-worth, and I was tying in what me as a person was worth into what I could produce in the workplace, what I could bring to the table, because at the end of the day, if I was nothing to this company, then they were just going to throw me aside. And the thoughts really didn't end there. They then spiraled into, well, if they get rid of me, I'm not going to have any money coming in. If I don't have any money coming in, we're going to lose this house. If we lose this house, where are we going to go and stay? And and you might think like, well, come on, like you're only just you literally there's nothing happening in work. It could literally be something as simple as we didn't deliver something on time, we didn't deliver a beam on time, out with my control, but the thoughts were there, the spiraling was there. That's the biggest thing that I would say I've taken away from all of this, is that identification that spiraling in the workplace is a big stem to cause me to where I ended up. So what ended up happening is I had an issue where it caused me to obviously, as I said, it caused me to stop eating, because I wasn't eating basically every morning, and I'll skip the graphic details, but every morning before I would leave for work, I would throw up every morning. I don't know why, obviously the stress, but I ended up having to phone the doctors. Obviously over here in the UK we have the NHS. They advised me that there would be two courses. One would be medication, or if I preferred, that I would go and speak to someone over the phone, and they would be able to book me an appointment. At that time of that phone call, I had to wait 3 weeks for my appointment. When I went in and told my work that, they had said basically that was that they wanted to do something that would help me before before that meeting, because they felt that I would be deteriorating too quickly before I would get the help that I needed, and they were probably right. Basically the doctor gave me omeprazole for my stomach to try and help, but at the end of the day, I agreed that 3 weeks would have been far too long at this time. So we ended up going to we ended up. I was recommended to go and visit a therapist, and I would go and visit this person
Well,
every
didn't get
Friday.
dressed up for nothing.
And what we were doing on Friday is we would speak and investigate what kind of issues were triggering these things and how we would be able to kind of best navigate through them so that I would be able to identify them and stop them early. I think, I went from September and I went weekly up until the end of the year. Unfortunately, though, I still felt like that was something that I couldn't get out of my head. The whole spiraling and work-related things, and every time something would happen, even as simple as reading an email. At lunchtime, I would open a YouTube link, I would watch podcasts, I would do something, but I would actually maximize, not even maximize, I would increase the size of the page so that it would cover the email envelope symbol, just so that I didn't have to read any emails during my lunchtime. Now you might think, like, why did you not just go away from your desk? Why did you not go a walk? Why did you not go? I didn't want to do any of those things. I wanted to just shut off. When I came home, I wanted to just go to sleep. I didn't want to eat anything. I ate something. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to go to sleep, because when I was sleeping, I could forget. That is the crux of that. I wanted to forget. I didn't want to have to deal with anything. I just wanted to fast forward. I didn't want to do any of that. That's literally what I wanted to do, was come home, sleep, because the quicker I could get into my bed, the quicker I could get through the days, the quicker I could get to the weekend, and then I could enjoy myself again. And that was for me was totally the wrong way to go. Speaking to somebody who's managed it was helping me approach and minimize the point where the spiral would continue. I was managing to get away from that spiral before I would get to the bad points. Now I still feel stressed. I still get that anxious feeling when I'm in work and something wrong happens. But now, through being able to speak to people, I'm able to then identify, and I'm able to challenge it head on, or go and speak to somebody when I need the help. I think a lot of people would take a lot of things on too much now. I think a lot of people try and appease too much. And I think, me personally, I'm still very guilty of this, although now I'm now able to turn out to someone and say that no, that's not how I'm going to be working. This is what's happening, and I'm able to take more responsibility for how other people deal with my workload, rather than me just trying to take everything on. What I will touch on quickly is, at the start of the year in January, I had the opportunity to I had the option to go back, to go and speak with somebody again, the same person, just continue on my appointments. I decided that for me, for my benefit, I was going to stop the appointments. We didn't really get to the end of like the crux of why I always kind of felt this way or anything like that. I felt I had enough conversations and enough to draw from moving forward, that basically what I was able to do is address the issues face on. Although when I did go back to work, I did have a stressful bout at the start of the year, because you're trying to take in everything that happened the previous year that I had tried to kind of put off and ignore. So I managed to kind of navigate through some of the work without having to go and speak to anybody, and to be honest with you, I took kind of great strength from that. I will finish up with, and mine's is probably going to be a wee bit shorter than some other people's. I don't want any of my guests to feel like they have to keep things as brief as I'm being. I have quite a minor, a minor issue with regards to mental health than other people do, which is why I've chosen to to go first, if I'm honest with you. As much as it affects me personally, I'm sure it affects a lot of other people as well, and they'll be able to take some things in that, and they'll be able to know that they can come and speak to me in the future if there's anything that they want to discuss or anything like that. So I will finish before, if there is any questions, that is, before anybody asks anything. I will say that the one thing that managed to help me was actually looking after me. I know that sounds silly. I know that a lot of people say that, put yourself first. I wasn't putting myself first. I wasn't playing games. I wasn't getting lost in worlds or whatever. I was just trying to shut the world out and just speed up time. So when I started joining, Twitch chats and things at the start of the year, that was the thing that stopped me from spiraling further than I probably would have done again. Jumping into one of Ben's streams. Please be excited if you're unaware of Ben, but jumping into Ben's stream, finding the likes of Robin and Ambelina, who I know that you have just joined, Rahul and Fitz as well. Joining the people, finding these guys that are on this panel as guests, was the thing that's managed to help me distract myself at home from work, and I think that's probably the thing that I would want to pass on the most. Like, it's fine to come home and distract yourself. Like, don't let anybody tell you that it's not. I had someone say to me that it's escapism. Like, fucking right, it's escapism. I want to escape. I don't want to think about work 24/7. I need escapism, and that is a thing that's helped my mental health wholeheartedly. So if I'm honest, that is me. That is my story. What I would obviously like to say, if there is any questions or any comments from the rest of the panel. I know it's difficult because there is a few of us on here, so in terms of speaking over and all that kind of carry on, but if there isn't any questions, that's totally fine as well. Okay.
What I will say, it's not a question, but
Yeah.
it's just a comment on the fact that you're speaking to so much that I think a lot of other, you said it yourself, a lot of other people have been feeling over this past year, and the fact that you've been able to find solace, find support, and know that things can get better by, it's not silly, it's simple, but we neglect ourselves, and so that's such a key thing to bear in mind. Taking care of yourself, taking care of your physical and mental health, it's so difficult sometimes, but making sure you do eat meals, you drink water, you do just you spend that time doing things with friends, even if it's obviously virtual like it has been. You find people you have fun with, you find things to enjoy while things are difficult out there, and I'm so happy that it's even if it's been a recent and difficult journey for you, that you've taken that time to speak about it, Mac. It's amazing, seriously, Sean.
I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Obviously, there's a couple of people even in the chat at the minute that it has already resonated with, and it does feel a lot better to share it. I don't really share much in terms of my mental health struggles. There is plenty more that I could probably get into, and I'm not going to do that today. I can speak about that at another time. But
thank you for sharing. I think it's important.
I appreciate that,
and
Mark.
especially within blokes, etc. There has been a stigma about saying that you're seeking help or doing things like that. So I think it's very important to be able to speak out and be honest and say, yeah, you're in therapy and things like that. Like, there is nothing wrong with that. That is the sensible thing to be doing.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the biggest problem that I had was I couldn't really tell anybody, and I don't even know if anybody from work would be watching. So I can't really go into the details of that. But in terms of working things, I can't really tell anybody at work about it. Just simply because they just don't get it. You know,
But it's good that they provided you with help, because I have
Yeah.
a similar story of that where yes, they also did as well.
Yeah.
You know, so you've got to appreciate the
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, definitely. And before I move on, just you did touch on something there with the kind of mental health and blocks and things, and just off the bat, like, and I know everybody in the chat and everybody in the panel would agree. I've already done it on stream, but it is absolutely 100% not up for debate that it is totally fine for, you know, men, boys, whatever, to cry, to show emotion, and that is
Yep.
what happened to me a couple of times. It's something that I'd actually forgotten about. I was coming home and I was getting myself in that much stress that I would go up the stairs and I would just go into the back room and just burst into tears because I just felt like I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't do the job anymore. I couldn't cope with the work anymore. And then obviously, as I mentioned in the chat there, that basically that kind of spiral would kick in, and I would be seeking for reassurance all the time from, you know, people in my work or people around me. I was seeking assurance from them to make me feel better, which obviously sometimes does work, but not all the time. Because what was happening is I was then seeking assurance from people, and they were saying, "Oh, you know, don't worry about it. I mean, if you think that's stressful, I deal with this." And that fucking doesn't help at all. That does not help whatsoever. Saying that you think that you're stressed, you should try dealing with this. What that makes me feel, or what that makes others feel, I would imagine so as well, is you're that weak, you can't deal with your thing. If you were promoted or if you were in a higher up position, you wouldn't be able to deal with X, Y, and Z. What that made
Yeah.
me personally feel was, I am in this. If I go any higher than this, I'm going to be even more stressed out than I am now. So how am I going to deal with that stress that he's feeling when I kind of deal with my own stress?
But I mean, it's going to. I think it's important to say, obviously, a lot of people have dealt with. Certainly, when I come to my story, you know, a lot of people have dealt with some really dreadful things this year. You know,
Yep.
the people that have worked in A&Es and all the rest of it. You know, or even as supporters, any of the hospitals, or the people that worked at supermarkets and things like that. But
Yep, definitely.
it's okay for everyone to feel okay, just
exactly.
because, you know. Yes, we get to work from home, we get whatever. It doesn't mean that it can't crush you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Etc.
And that was just something that I thought that it would be good to touch on, if I'm honest with you, because I just feel like I don't really understand why anybody would want to try and one up other people, but that is something that happens quite regularly. So if there's nobody else that has any points to me, then I would I'll take the opportunity to move to the next person. Are we all good? Yeah, cool. I was
just a comment, and it'll be a comment I make to everyone. If you ever need to talk, you know where I am.
Absolutely, Martin. I really appreciate that.
You know, and certainly around IT and stuff like that. Obviously, I work in the space, and yes, I've dealt with things like this, and yeah, 80-hour work weeks and stuff like that. So.
Thanks very much. I appreciate you reaching out, mate. That's like the sentiments is always nice to hear, even if you're saying that that you offer that to everybody. It's always nice to have it offered, even you know.
And I offer that to anyone in chat and anyone in anything. You know,
absolutely.
Like if you need to talk, it's important to talk.
Yeah, definitely. I see some comments agreeing with what we're speaking about just now, and obviously I'm so glad that what I've managed to speak about today does resonate with people, because it is nerve-wracking to come on and speak about something that's, you know, that's going to thinking that it doesn't resonate with anybody thinking that it's going to be you, you're the only person that kind of suffers with that or has suffered with it. So yeah, definitely get that out there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to Crafty next. Craig, I know you're top of the call, mate, but just I'm conscious Crafty has a hard out at some point. I just want to get Crafty in if that suits you, okay, Craig?
Yeah, that's fine with me. That's fine.
Magic, mate. So thanks very much everybody for listening. I really appreciate that. Again, respectful as possible in the chat for the guests, please. And I'm going to pass over to Crafty Gamer Lady.
Thank you so much. And this is fine with me, but just, because we were an hour off on my time conversion, I actually have a little bit more time, so I'm not quite as rushed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but having said that, so again, my name is Crafty. People call me Crafty on Twitch, but you can also call me Heather. Either is fine. I do deal with anxiety and depression, and that really kind of started for me, I think, in about 2007, 2008. I had grown up in Michigan, which is in the northern part of the U.S., and I spent 23 years there, got a degree in music education, and then I got the only place that I could find a job after I graduated from college was in South Carolina, which is down towards Florida, and it was a completely different culture for me. It was a completely different environment. I mean, you wouldn't think that just two ends of the United States would be all that different, but there really were a lot of things that I had to get used to, especially economically. The area that I went to go teach and move into was a very poor district. So that meant for me, when I was teaching choir and theater and all that kind of stuff, what I was used to where I came from is parents who were home all the time, who were able to bring their kids to rehearsals, who were able to watch their kids and help, teach them proper behaviors and how to act and all that kind of stuff. But where I moved to, parents had to work 2-3 jobs. There were a lot of single parent homes, and, so kids weren't able to make it to the concerts or the theater performances that were graded and mandatory. And, that takes a toll on a teacher when you're trying to do group things. There was a lot more disrespect coming from the kids. And I don't know if that was just the culture down there or, again, where, single parent households and families that had to work all the time, the kids were left on their own more and they didn't have maybe as many role models, what have you. A lot of factors that lead to that. But that kind of started me being the most frustrated that I'd ever been in my life. Having, the students that would not listen, and every teacher deals with that to a degree, but to me, it was just such a shock from where I came from that's what kind of kicked it off. Then at the same time, that's also where I met my husband, my now husband. But there was a lot of drama surrounding that as well. I don't want to go into it too much because it's a lot of personal detail, but I will just say that his ex-wife was your textbook definition of a narcissist. They had not fully divorced at the time that he and I met because it was just very messy. She cheated on him with multiple people while he was deployed overseas for the military. And, so they decided to divorce when they came back. And they had been going through that process, but then she disappeared and the whole thing took about 4 years. And that was just very stressful for the both of us. So that increased my anxiety. And before I knew it, I was teaching one day and found myself in a position where I almost couldn't breathe. And I had to take very frequent breaks in the middle of teaching to go into my office and just kind of breathe for a few minutes. So my husband, told me to go into the doctor. And when I went in and I was sitting in there for my appointment, the doctor came in and he talked to me about stuff, and we talked about what was going on and what I was feeling. And he said, well, I'm going to tell you that you have anxiety and depression, but I'm also going to tell you that I didn't even need to talk to you before I figured that out. When I walked in the room, just seeing the tension in your neck and the way that your whole body is so tense, I knew off the bat. So that kind of hit me, that somebody could just look at me and tell that I had anxiety. So I was on medication for a few years, but then when we moved up to Washington, where we are now, our whole situation changed. His divorce got finalized, and we were able to move forward with our lives. And, I went off the medication because I felt at the time it was more situational, and things had been fine for a while. Fast forward to, I'm going to say probably 2019. I'm not going to get into the political situation in America, but I think everybody knows that the last few years for us had not been pleasant. And that really kind of had been bringing out for me the worst of humanity. Seeing all the stories of everything that was going on and all the hate in our country and the divisiveness, and even in our community, stories that I would see was really starting to get to me, to the point where I couldn't even watch the news anymore. You talked about escapism. That's exactly what I would do. I would just shut out the outside world, and I'd call my mom in the morning, and she said, "Oh, well, did you hear about such and such?" And I would have to say no, and I really don't want to. If we could just not talk about that, that'd be great. So that kind of kept escalating. And then when we get into 2020, the first couple weeks of the pandemic, when everyone was, banding together, and there was all the immediate charity organizations and all the TV specials and stuff, that was great. But that unity didn't last very long. And then seeing all the divisiveness in America with, how dare you tell me that I have to wear a mask? How dare you tell me that I can't go to X, Y, and Z place, that I have to stay in my house, etc. And those kind of attitudes, and then seeing that just explode, and the riots and the stuff going on in our community. Even I was hearing about, I live 20 minutes outside the city, out in the country, and there was a story about an older gentleman at our gas station who was wearing his mask. And then there were some people that came up who were obviously on the way, way far right politically, who started screaming at him about wearing his mask, and almost getting physically abusive almost. And little did they know that not only was he trying to protect himself through the pandemic, but he had cancer and was, very vulnerable and trying to protect himself. And so hearing all those kind of stories, I completely shut down and just completely lost faith in humanity, and could not watch any news at all, couldn't scroll even through Facebook. And I still don't do that now to this day. But just everything around me felt like it was closing in. So I started doing all of my things that I could try to do environmentally. I was trying to sleep better. I was trying to eat better, drinking more water, doing yoga. I am I'm going to say non-conservative Christian. So prayer is a big part of my life. And none of those things were working. It was to the point where I constantly felt like I was in flight or fight mode. I was starting to cry at every little thing. Something would happen. The turning point for me is I was in a community. I still am a science communication community on Discord with a YouTuber that I follow, and we were playing a game of Magic the Gathering. And something happened where I felt like I was being like personally targeted, and I absolutely shut down. I couldn't talk. I just felt the tears coming. I just kind of froze. And I had to actually like say, you know what, guys, I can't do this today. And I left the game and I went upstairs and I just bawled my head off. And then after I calmed down, I thought to myself, that's not a normal reaction. Yeah, that's not normal. That was just a totally innocent game, and you like completely freaked out. So finally, last September, found a doctor again, because I do also have fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain and fatigue disorder. And that also can heighten the anxiety symptoms. So between that and the fact that none of the environmental things that I tried were helping, I knew at that point that it was a matter of brain chemistry, and that something was truly off that I could not manage. So finally went in, and I also had anxiety about finding a doctor, because when I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, it was through a chiropractor. And I don't know how it is in other places in the world, but in America, chiropractors aren't really considered by most professionals to be like a serious, avenue of medical treatment as far as that stuff goes. And I didn't want to go through all of the years, because it takes a long time to diagnose fibromyalgia, because it can mask itself as so many different things. I didn't want to go through all the years of testing, of having to explain myself again, of having to defend how I was feeling as something legitimate that was wrong with me. So that gave me anxiety as well. But just so happened to find the perfect doctor who took it was actually, as it turned out, my chiropractor's doctor. He referred me to her and said, if you can't get into her, call me and I'll make her take you on as a patient. So that smoothed out, was able to go in, have it, my anxiety and depression diagnosed. I'm now on medication. And also, as it happens, the medication that I'm on for anxiety also helps with fibromyalgia nerve pain. But then she also put me on like some narcotic pain medication, which is helping me. And I have a pill that I take to wake up in the morning, basically, because fibro, you don't get into a deep phase of REM sleep because your nerves are overactive all the time. So you can wake up feeling like you never slept at all. So that pill helps me wake up in the morning. And, I was so hesitant to get on medication for such a long time because I just didn't want to go down that road. But after seeing that it was a matter of the brain chemistry that I couldn't control, I just had to be okay with that fact that sometimes you just need that help, and you need to get on medication to help balance the chemicals in your brain. My brain isn't producing enough serotonin, and so that has to be leveled out. So, things obviously still happen that get me riled up. I even had a very bad bout of social anxiety last night that had me in tears for a couple hours. So there are still the day-to-day things that you have to deal with. But on the whole, I can get through my day better. I don't feel riled up all the time. This community has helped a ton. Again, going back to the escapism, I don't necessarily see forming the relationships and doing the streaming and everything here as the escapism so much as me being able to finally reintegrate myself into society. I had basically shut out all people. I didn't want to make any friends because I didn't trust anybody anymore. I'd been hurt very badly by who I considered some very close friends in the past, who decided that rather than work out a couple of issues, they would just peace out and ghost on me, even though we've been very close friends for a number of years. That takes a toll. But seeing this community and how friendly and welcoming and open they are about this kind of stuff, and hey, Avenge, and the love that they have, that we all have for each other, and wanting to encourage each other to take care of ourselves, that knocked me back. That completely blew me away. So, being integrated into this community has really helped me to kind of find my footing again. In addition to, the medication and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there you go. Anxiety and depression.
Listen, I don't even know where to start to say. I just feel so much that everything that you're saying, and I mean, I think you're keeping an eye on the chat just the same as me, and obviously everybody is totally there with you, and I just want to thank you first and foremost for coming on. I know that we managed to kind of come together on this just through being in a stream together, and I think that speaks high volumes for everybody in this chat. Things like this, conversations like this don't happen if you're not present in these places. So how can it be escapism to go and sit in a stream for a couple of hours at night, or play a game and chat to people with things? It's no escapism. It's essentially it is therapy. It's a form of therapy, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And the only thing I wrote down, because I was making sure that obviously about something quickly, and anybody who's watching, unfortunately I do suffer from how I am perceived. So I'm building something, but it's totally absent-minded, and I'm absolutely giving everybody 100% of my attention. I just want to put it out there because it would make my mind settle, rather than just because if I left it up to my own mind, I would just be thinking that people were judging me, right? So I just wanted to say that first and foremost. But the not watching the news thing, at least 2 or 3 other people agreed with you in the chat there, and that's the first thing I wrote down on this bit of paper. Not watching the news. I haven't watched the news. I haven't went on Facebook. I haven't went on any news websites or since probably the start of the pandemic, because I don't want to see anything. I'm not interested. If somebody mentions something, I'll be like, right, that's fine, right, okay. But I just don't want to know, because it's so difficult right now. So thanks very much again, Crafty. It's so, honestly, means so much to me to have each and every one of you on here. Honestly, it's brilliant.
Mr. Ack, is it a good time to maybe remind people why we're doing this?
Absolutely. So we are here, as you can see on the screen here. We are raising funds for Safe in Our World, mental health charity, mostly revolving around the video games and the video game industry. If you go onto the website, it's all the information is there, but for the most part, it's making sure that we are speaking. It's making sure that we are approaching subjects such as crunch, and it's not just a trigger topic that keyboard warriors can go back and forward with. It's real conversations, it's real people, it's real feelings that are being hurt when people kind of go home and see people, all that kind of things. We'll speak more about things to do with the charity. Thanks very much to Joe there posting the link. If you have the ability to donate, please do. If you don't, that's fine. Go onto social medias. You see from myself and the people on the panel, we've been doing a great job of sharing the stream about, sharing the message about. Just give it a retweet, a like, post it in your own Discords, whatever you can do, just to get people in here, to get people watching this when we do eventually post it elsewhere, to seek and to draw from our experiences, and to open up a discussion amongst each other, and with other people that they maybe can identify, maybe if they're struggling. So hardest part is definitely speaking about it and the benefits that we can drive just from conversation. can change people's lives. I would say that with great confidence.
If I can touch on something that Joe just put in chat real quick.
Absolutely.
He said it's okay not to be okay. I cannot tell you how many times I have said that in the last year, not only to other people but to myself. You know, you don't have to feel bad about feeling bad. It's okay to recognize the fact that you are struggling and going through something. And it's okay to talk about it. And if you find yourself in a community where people say they're sick of hearing about it, maybe that's not the community for you. Maybe you need to look elsewhere and find a community like this one that encourages communication and the recognition that there might actually be a problem that you need to go get help with. I was even just, I said last night I had a really bad bout of anxiety. I would almost even say panic attack, because I had the huge knot in my chest and just like started crying and having a hard time, getting a good deep breath. And I had the thoughts running through my head of, well, I've been sitting here talking to my friend for the last, on and off for the last half hour on Discord, but he's listened to me so many times talk about, how I second guess myself, how I feel like, people don't actually want me to be around, how much, I feel like I talk too much and I'm annoying and I bother people. He doesn't want to hear me say all that stuff again. I'm just going to get on his nerves. And it took me probably a good half hour, 45 minutes to convince myself that no, he's said that he's your friend. He said that you can talk about this stuff anytime. Just start kind of easing into that conversation. And I did, and it made me feel better. Mm-hmm. But, you have those thoughts that almost kind of stop you from wanting to talk at all.
Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. That's something that was that kind of plagued me greatly. Was when you reach out to the same people that help you when it's not the same person. Having just one person to lean on, even though they are listening to you, even though that they, you feel one thing, you feel like you're repeating yourself, and the next thing obviously is you feel like they're judging you. And even though they've convinced you, even though they're telling you that they're not actually, they're not judging you, they don't mind that you come to them all the time, they're always there. Like having a greater source, that community element, removes some of that feeling that you're a burden, like that you're somebody that's causing some an issue with other people, with somebody else. So I really appreciate that, those words, because it speaks to me personally and people in the chat. So just obviously thanks again to Crafty. Please again be respectful. Give her a follow on things. And again, thanks very much. If we're okay, anybody needing a comfort break, I'd just like to just double check that before we keep going, you guys.
No, I'm good.
Oh, good.
No,
right,
I'm
good.
okay. Keep going. Yeah.
Magic, good. I would just, obviously we didn't really sort out the order. I would, if you don't mind, would just jump back up to Craig.
I mean, I can go. Yeah. Like, this is something I definitely don't talk about very often, and probably should have more than I ever have. But like 12-ish years ago, it's all a bit fuzzy now. I lost a child. I'm not going to go into the details. I'm not going to go into the lie or anything like that. But obviously, having had that problem, it affects you forever, and it has me second guessing a lot about myself, and it always has. Like, I felt pretty left alone throughout all that. The girl that I was with didn't take any kind of choices or anything. It just kind of all got left on my shoulders. So it was really, really difficult to do anything. And like, I still feel that now. I like, the reason I say I only occasionally stream on Twitch is because I always feel like nobody's going to care what I've got to say. Nobody's interested in me, because why would they be? But I have never been good with who I am. I've never particularly liked myself. I don't think most people do like themselves sometimes, but I find it more debilitating than I think a lot of people do, where it is hard to get out of bed every day. I go into work, and like recently especially, I keep headphones in every morning so that nobody can talk to me. I don't want to talk to anybody. And that's probably the worst way to look at it. Like, I'm a parcel delivery guy. I've been working throughout the whole pandemic doing deliveries, which has been, as you could probably imagine, quite difficult. And like I've delivered flowers to people whose husbands and wives and family have died the day before, and hearing stories like that, it just brings back a lot of memories of how I felt and still feel. Like, there's not a day that's went by that I've not thought about what happened. And I hope to God there never is a day I don't think about it, because I think that'll be when I don't feel as human, if you know what I mean. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, like, I can honestly count on one hand how many people outside my family know this story. And that's, considering it's probably the most defining factor of my life, is a really bad thing. I didn't want to talk about it because I felt like it was partially my failure. We didn't find out she was pregnant until about 5-6 months in. And then when we went to the doctor, we got told there's something wrong. I'm not going to go into the whole details of what was wrong or anything like that, because nobody needs to hear that. That's not the thing. But when we came out of the hospital, we went back to her house, and obviously she was distraught. She went upstairs, and her mother took me aside and said, "You cannot feel this. You need to be the strong one now." And I kind of took that on board. So I wouldn't talk about it to anybody. I still very rarely do. The whole reason I have came onto this stream is because I know not talking about it is the worst thing to do. For anybody who's facing any problem with mental health, talking is the singular most important step you'll ever make. Because if you don't talk, it just bubbles up. And if it bubbles up, it brings you further and further down. To the point where, yeah, you're not playing games, you're not eating, you're not watching anything, you're not reading, you're not listening to music. You're sitting in a little black hole. And I lived in that black hole for a long time. I really did. And it took a very strange thought for me, where I was sitting there one day, and I had the thought of, if there's an afterlife, I'm not religious personally, but if there is any afterlife, and it was me instead of my child in that other world, I would be fucking embarrassed. Sorry for swearing, I don't know if we're allowed, but
Right.
I would be absolutely embarrassed looking at the state I was in, because I wouldn't talk. It was just all in my head. I would think about it. I would second guess my choices every day. And I still do it every day. I always think, did I make the right decision? Did I have the right information? What could I have done? And it's possibly the worst place to be, is in your own head. Because in your own head, nobody can talk you out of how you feel. If you, like, whether you think ending it all or just drinking yourself to an absolute oblivion, and I've done both. I've considered both. Done one of them. The drinking, if you are wondering. But when you're locked in your own head, nobody can help. Ever. Because nobody can mind read. If you won't talk about how you feel, how is anybody ever going to know how you feel? And I spend time every day thinking about things. Thinking about every choice that I made at that time. Think about every choice I've made since that moment. Wondering, have I done the right thing? Have I done the wrong thing? Where do I go for here? And it leads to stupid things like, yeah, I work in a depot in the morning and there's plenty of people there. I have to keep headphones in because it means people talk to me less. I don't want to interact. I want to get in, I want to do my job, and I want to go home so that I can just sit and do anything. It's why I don't stream so much, because I can't understand why people would want to watch me. And it's been... I have never been good at talking. My words get messed up in what I'm trying to say, and I just can't figure out how I want to say anything. Like, I feel like I'm stumbling over myself now. But this is the only thing I'll ever really talk about with it is don't hide how you feel is the most important thing to anybody. If they truly care about you, if they truly even know who you are, how you feel should be the most important thing to them. And I forget that. I forget that a lot. And it's isolated me from a lot of people. I've isolated myself from a lot of people. I don't speak to my family about these thoughts. I don't speak to my friends about these thoughts. I don't speak to my partner about these thoughts most of the time. And that's wrong. It really, really is. And I am trying more to talk about it. But it's never, ever easy. I without going into more details, I'm kind of going to have to leave it there because everything else is based on choice, and I really don't think talking about what choices had to be made will be helpful, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. I'm totally on board and totally understand anybody, whether it be the rest of the panelists or any of the guests, leaving at any point or stopping what you're discussing about is 100% all good with everybody here.
It's just the rest's kind of the nasty details, which
100%
is really irrelevant.
Yeah, and if that's something that you feel that you would like to discuss, obviously Mark's mentioned at the end of when I was speaking, and it applies to, I'm sure, pretty much everything. If you need to speak to anyone within the community about that, just to speak about it, I would be open to sitting on a Discord call or whatever, at any point. I'm sure Mark would attest to the same thing, and other people in here.
Yep.
If it's something that you feel that's not relevant, that's totally fine. None of us are going to ask you to speak any more about that, of course. But we just need to make sure that you know that we're here, and I see that a lot in places like, we're here to speak and we're here to that. Like, there is a lot of people that are here. There's some people that I'm going to call some people, I'm not going to say names, or call people out and say they don't really mean it. We're here, they're not really there, but there's a lot of people within this community. I can attest to that myself. I come across a lot of people in here that will ask you, that will speak to you, that will message you when you see them off or whatever. That there is people here to speak to, and if you feel like you can or want to speak to somebody, then we're definitely here. Reese Boy in the chat there sharing anything is a fantastic start, and hope that this is just a start, Craig. So I feel that that's something that I'd like to start with there.
I know there's I can count on the top of my head about a dozen or so people that I know at any point I could message and they'll get back to me. And don't get me, I love all these. Hoodie, Avenged, Robin, I've seen your messages and I love all these. And Reese as well, we've spoken a couple of times and I do appreciate that as well. But it's always just one of the things that, like you talk about, because the whole stigma way, men's mental health. And at the time when I was 17 or that, somebody saying to me, no, you're not allowed to feel this. This is, you do not get to feel this. You have to be the strong one.
Yeah.
That kind of informed such a mindset for me for the last decade plus, where it was like, no, I don't need to talk about this because the other people rely on me. That's how this goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's happened again and again and again where it's like, okay, I don't feel great, but somebody needs help. And I'll drop everything, no matter how I feel, and I'll go and I'll talk to somebody. And at the end of it, you're like, cool, they made me feel better. I feel worse.
Yeah.
I feel so much worse because, like, maybe sometimes you've pulled them back for the edge of something. Like, I've seen the conversations, I've been part of the conversations where somebody's been right on the edge and you pull them back. And it's great to know that you help, but you've got to take care of yourself before you can help anybody else.
That is largely true. Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously a lot of us can speak to that, where you sometimes you maybe take on, or feel like you maybe taking on something that you maybe not strong enough to do that, and I think that's absolutely, well, I know that's absolutely fine, and I would argue to the death about, you know, strength and men's mental health, or anybody's mental health, is just as equally important. You know, you have to, you can't not feel something to be strong for somebody else. You bottling up is one of the biggest sins, and it's something that a lot of people do in order to, what they think is to help other people, and what ends up happening is they make themselves worse, or they make they don't put themselves in a high enough priority, and it leads to further issues. So listen, I appreciate you coming on.
I would say,
yeah,
I
Mark,
would say
sorry.
as well, you know, it is great to have the people outside your immediate circles, etc. Your internet friends can be a great resource for you, because obviously they don't know what's going on. There'll be zero judgment, you know, and it's not going to get back to anyone and things like that. So I would say, utilize. You know, it's disconnected in many ways, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you know, and then it's not like, oh, they're not then going to tell anyone else that you're dealing with, like, oh, he's really stressed, and like that stress them, or, you know.
In all fairness, I did see my brother pop into the chat at one point, like he was in the thing. So if you are still listening, no, I don't want to talk about this. Cool.
Straight to the point, is there, Craig?
No, don't get me wrong. I came on this to talk and give my story because, like, I feel it's important to explain to people living in your own head is the worst place. And Mark, I think you've done that as well to quite an extent, where you just live in your own head and then eventually it hits a breaking point. So,
yeah, I will talk about that. Yeah,
yeah.
I hid stuff, you know, I was going through a hard time, you know, and yeah, I didn't deal with it well.
So
and I broke.
Yeah, and I in my own separate ways did break as well, but it was always because I was on my own and in my own head, surrounded by people, everybody who would help, and all my friends, all my family, everybody would be there for me if I spoke to them. But because I live most of my life in my own head, even outside of how I feel, I just couldn't reach out, and that's where I went wrong. I probably could have not got over anything, because I think what happened to me is something you'll never ever get over.
No, it'll never leave you, will it?
No, and it was more, I could come to peace with everything that happened, instead of just being like, well, no, one person on one day told me that I wasn't allowed to struggle with this, so I don't struggle with this anymore.
Yeah. And there's, you know, there is an argument to be made about being strong for people there, but being strong for someone is no good if you fall apart, because you're no longer strong for them. You have to deal with stuff, you know. And
I've never understood this being strong. That I don't think it's being strong. Like,
no,
mental health, being fine isn't being strong. I don't think. Like, I'm probably not so much in the best place I've ever been, but I'm not far away from it. I'd say I'm probably at about 70%. You know, because you're never at 100%. Nobody's ever at 100%. There's always something. It's knowing your limit.
Unless you're a serial killer and have zero empathy or whatever. But yeah, no, you're never going to be 100%.
Yeah, Ellie was just saying, can we really define what is actually being strong? Being
I
strong.
think support would probably have been a better word there.
Yeah. for me personally, being strong is being able to get out of bed every day. That's where I drew my personal line, because that was the easiest goal for me to accomplish, was make sure that you can get the fuck out of bed every single day. Everything else can wait. Everything else doesn't matter. But go on with life.
Well said, Craig. I must say, I think everybody takes great strength from different things, and that's definitely one of them. Is being able to get up and that just being able to get up and deal with whatever it is that's ahead of you on that given day. I had similar kind of things where you try and stay in bed for as long as possible. Where you don't want to, I used to get up really, really early and give myself plenty of time to get in to work in the morning. When I was going through the darkest of my points, I would instead choose to just stay in bed until the absolute last possible minute before I would then get ready to go to work, and it wasn't doing me any good whatsoever. Trying to stay in, try to stay in bed and wrap the covers over the top of us and try and shut off to the world, and that's exactly what I was doing.
Yeah, I mean that's we have a time where we can start sorting parcels for the day. I go in 10 minutes after that time so that I can spend as little time as possible in the depot with my headphones on and get out, so that I'm not surrounded by these people and I can just be on my own again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's where, like, it's the easiest way for me to deal with the day is to be around people as little as I can in the morning.
Yeah.
So I'll, like, say we can start sorting things at 11 o'clock. I go in at 10 past.
Yeah.
And I'm out maybe 20 minutes later. I've had headphones in the entire time. I've got headphones that are earphones that are proper noise cancelling. So if somebody speaks to me, I can't hear a word they say.
Yeah, just shutting them out.
Yeah, and it's to the point. I just do that. I don't really even think about it. I leave the house 10:30 to get in, and as soon as I'm ready to go, I speak to as few people as possible, and I get out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I said, thanks. Yeah, exactly. Mark took the words right off the right off the tip of my tongue there. Thanks for sharing, and you see yourself, you know yourself that what you've shared resonates a lot with everybody, personal experiences included, and
God, I hope not. I hope not. I know it's a thing that happens to people, but I would not wish what's happened to me on my worst enemy.
Absolutely, and we'll leave that there. So what I would like to do, if there's no other comments or questions for the chat, guys, the chat, the panel, if anybody's got any comments there or anything, no, we're good. No, so I'm just going to take just a quick comfort break for 2 minutes. I jump to the bathroom and come back if that's all right, just in case anything's goings on, and it lets other people do the same in terms of just a quick 5-minute comfort break. Probably not that much actually, if I'm honest with you, but if you just give me 2 minutes, if that's all right.
Okay. Do you want us to continue talking, or do you?
In fact, yeah, if that's okay. If Joe, if you are, it was a comfort break for myself that was invited to other people. If Joe, you're up next, so if you're okay with continuing talking, then I'm happy to leave the stream running.
To be honest, what I'll do is I'm gonna actually just join in with that comfort break, because I don't want to I don't want to miss anything that anyone's saying. I won't be long either. But yeah, well, I don't. No problem. If people do want to keep talking, then someone else.
Yeah, I'll jump on the comfort break as well, I think.
Absolutely, no problem at all.
We've been talking for quite a while, and so it's good to just take a couple minutes for sure.
Nat, if you're about, I'll annoy you for a while.
You're more than welcome to.
Well, I'll leave you two for a quick 5 minutes, and we'll be 2 seconds, okay?
You're more than welcome to.
No, I think this is the first time I've ever spoken to you. I've seen your name floating about, but we've never actually interacted. So, and it's always fun to hear another Scotsman.
Yeah, that's me. Just a wee bit of a floater. Like that's. Yeah.
Choice of one.
I actually think I'm quite good at talking. This is the thing. I actually think I'm quite good at it.
I'm awful. So that's
Um,
that's
I wouldn't say I was maybe the most articulate of people or anything like that, but I think I'm always able to express how I feel, and yet when it comes to this, I just clam up.
oh yeah,
and
100%.
I just shrink completely.
But that's the whole point. Like the reason I'm here is because I don't talk about it. Like
Yeah.
very, very few people knew my story. Like honestly, virtually nobody outside my family. So not because I wanted sympathy or I wanted anything like that. I'm still me. I don't really bother about anything like that. I wanted to talk about what goes on when you don't talk. And that was what I found to be important for me in terms of mental health, is not talking being the worst thing that you can do.
Pretty much, yeah.
If you stumble over every other word, getting it out eventually does make a difference.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Like when he had mentioned that he wanted to do this, I think I was maybe one of the first people that was like, do you know what? I will come and talk to you. I will come and talk about it. And the closer and closer it's got, the more and more I'm like, oh no.
Oh god. Yeah. See, about 15 minutes before it started, I messaged Camille, who I think is in the chat. I was like, I am absolutely dreading this. And he's like, there's no shame in backing out. I'm like, no, I've agreed to it. I need to do it for my own sake. But I was like, God, why did I agree to this? I don't want to talk about this.
So you weren't the only one then? Because I was keeping one eye on the chat, one eye on the chat, and one eye on the time as it was getting closer to 4 o'clock. Going, how long can I play Grease for? And does anybody remember about this mental health bit?
Yeah, I made sure to be in the chat as early as I could, because I was like, if I'm not sitting in a voice channel waiting, I'm not going to go in. Like when it came to about 1:45, I was like, no, if I'm not in this voice channel now, I'm not going to do it.
I appreciate that, and honestly, like obviously I missed what people were speaking about or whatever, but obviously thanks. Like I keep saying thanks, but it's one of the hardest things I think I've had to not had to arrange, but I had the pleasure of arranging. The idea did come a while ago. Just through people asking, or asking if I would like help with arranging this chat. Starting off obviously with the both of you actually, and the thought of having people on has frightened me dearly, if I'm honest with you, over the past week. Just for a fear of, I've never done this before, so how do I arrange things, how do I deal with things, how do I speak to things, and absolutely everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel are helping me feel more at ease, which I just wanted to just take a quick minute just to say, because I think it's important to acknowledge that
I will love you my whole life. You and no other.
Also, just followed there, I'll just a wee shout. I've not given many shout outs, but I would just like to shout out the follower there. Our tea party is actually Rosie Taylor of Safe in Our World, and if you just search Twitter, Rosie Taylor on Twitter or Safe in Our World, you'll find that Rosie is a charity officer for Safe in Our World, and it's the first person from the charity that I spoke to, and she couldn't be nicer to deal with and communicate with, more than welcoming, in and about the Discord servers and about Twitter, and I've never actually managed to take the time to say to her, but it is wholeheartedly one of the best things I've ever seen, is someone who represents a charity being able to be open when they're having a bad day, as well as being able to promote mental health things at the same time as well. So I just wanted to just do a quick shout out to Rosie, and just, it's good to show our not our bad points, our low points is probably the better word to use there. Our kind of low points in our day, or the days when we're having tough, being able to put that out there, as well as promoting mental health and charities and things. So that's something I just wanted to give a quick nod to. So
on that front,
Yes,
you need to update your goals.
oh, absolutely.
We've already passed you
Absolutely.
having to eat a hot chili dipped in hot sauce.
Yep.
So we're on our way for hitting you having to play Meat Boy.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Thanks
I'm
for
sure you're
reminding me there.
Yeah, just put that goal to 700 while you're at it. Like, come on, like it's not even.
And obviously, if you are in the chat, I know, times are hard and all the rest of it, but if you can afford to donate, it's a good charity that will help a lot of people. So if you can, obviously, if you can't, don't. But if you have got a bit of spare money that you could spare, it will go a long way, I'm sure.
Thanks very much for that, guys. It's something that I'm finding it difficult to do, as to ask and promote that kind of thing. Obviously, I have that automatic message and things like that. But I see Joe in the chat posting that. Shout out to Avenge as well for the trigger 1 and 2, which I did post quite early in, but it's something that I'm often forgetting, is that other people are coming in and out of the chat as well. So
it might be worth putting it in your stream description if it isn't already.
Yeah, I put something about.
Maybe should have given a trigger warning before I started to talk. Sorry.
I put at the front of it mental health talk, just to make sure that people knew that we were speaking about mental health and things. So it's again, just to repeat that. Obviously, we did go through at the start of the stream. There are topics and discussions that we've been through, and also coming up. We just want to make sure that everybody's as comfortable as possible, and there is absolutely no problem whatsoever with ducking out at any point, coming back in a few hours' time, or watching this at your own leisure when it's posted elsewhere. There's no problem whatsoever. And thanks again for the panels for doing both promoting in chat and also keeping me right in my ear and on stream as well. So I appreciate that. If everybody's back and comfortable, we can move on to Mr. Joe Medforce.
Yeah, I'm good to start if everyone else is all good.
All good, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
There you go, Joe. Sure. Thanks, Kate.
Superb. I just want to say again, thank you to Crafty and Craig for sharing their stories there. Those they both covered topics which are not easy to talk about. And the one thing I will also say that we touched on a little bit earlier, but I didn't sort of get my thoughts in order about it. First of all, is that there is so much strength in what everyone in chat is doing in sharing how they feel, and the fact that there is strength. Just know that showing weakness is not weak, that is strong. Sharing how you feel with others is strength. Supporting others in how they feel when they share how they feel with you, that is strength. And being there for one another is one of the strongest things you can do if you're comfortable within it yourself. And I will also say, before I get into my story, that Waluigi hat is a masterpiece.
I was going to bring the Waluigi hat up.
I'm just, in all honesty, shout out to Pinterest, and I can post a link later for it, but I'm copying somebody. That's why I keep counting blocks out and stuff like that, right? So it's no me. We have other ones coming up if I can get through them. But this was because Joe's not playing. This is about the most Joe thing I can think of. It was to build this, and I don't have anything, I'm afraid, that comes to mind for building on Craig's behalf, because it was late that we discovered that we had mismatched versions. So I have just some hats to post. So I hope you like Luigi, Craig, because that's what's coming next, right?
That's lovely. That's so good.
So thanks very much, Joe, and I'll pass it back to you, bud.
No problem. So, for just a bit of context to start, those who have either met me in real life or have ever seen any of my streams or videos or anything like that, you'll know that I am a loud, enthusiastic, ridiculous human being. I love to just laugh and joke and sing and, you know, occasionally dress up as Waluigi, and just make sure that I'm smiling and I'm putting a smile on as many faces as I can in the process. But about 6 years ago, I I went on tour with a band because at the time that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to go on tour with bands and film what they did, and it was like a dream come true for me at the time. But in doing so, I had just come back from a stint traveling in America, and I literally flew back from America, and then the next day started going on tour with this band with a few people who I had met once before and a lot of people I didn't know. And I was jet lagged, but I wanted to throw myself and give it my all. I thought it was my chance to make my dreams come true and really start the career I wanted. You know, I was like, oh well, you know, opportunity comes knocking, you don't say no. And over the course of about 5 days on tour, sleeping on floors, you know, staying up late, drinking, low on money, and therefore not eating well. I did get paid after the tour, but I didn't get a per diem like a lot of people did while they were on the on for the show. You know, the band members all get given a per diem by the record label so they can go and get their food during the day and all that. I didn't have any of that. I was just like, you know, not taking care of myself. I was putting my all into it and I was having fun, but I was not sleeping well. I was suffering from mild tinnitus, which for those who don't know is a ringing or white noise sound in your ears that is exacerbated by stress and anxiety. And then on the second to last day of the tour in London, I was I needed to get into the tour van for something and it was locked and I couldn't, and I'd left like some equipment in there and some food as well, like my lunch that we picked up at like a petrol station on our way, and because I didn't have a lot of money to go and buy more food from, we were in Camden, you know, London's expensive. I panicked, and by the time I did get into the van to pick up my stuff and, you know, get myself together, I felt myself. There were some other circumstances and things going on to do with the tour that had taken me aback. My breathing got really heavy. I felt like I was drowning. I could not breathe. I could not steady myself, and I was having what I didn't know at the time, but that was my first ever panic attack, my first anxiety attack. I was, you know, I was not eating right. I had not been sleeping right for several nights, and by the time my dad came to pick me up from the tour the next morning, I had called him sort of in a panic, and I just said, please, can you come pick me up? I need to come home. And I could barely sort of get that together to say. And then for the next several weeks, I was a shell of my former self. I went from the guy who always had something to say, was always, you know, talking and, you know, laughing up with everybody, going out loads, having fun. I could barely string a sentence together to speak to my own friends or family. And I was just broken completely. It was a true mental breakdown that I went through and experienced, and it took me months and months and months of sleepless nights, of insomnia, of cognitive behavioral therapy, and it was such a complete 180 from who I was that it affects me to this day, and it is not something that I ever expected to have to deal with. and it led me to reckon with the fact that actually I had been dealing with issues of depression and anxiety caused by some events that happened when I was younger in my family that I wasn't able to address when I was younger. I didn't have anyone to really talk to about it. It wasn't mental health was a taboo topic in my family. It was something where my mum said at one point when I talked about potentially going on medication, she said, "Well, if you're, those pills will make you, any pills you take for that, they'll make you like a zombie. I won't have it in my house," and threatening my ability to live and stay at home with my family. That was not something that came to pass, fortunately, but just saying it is obviously going to affect you and how you proceed and how you feel. And much like Mr. Mack had said, the pandemic, I had been doing all right for a few years. I was on antidepressants, and I was starting to go back to some regular counselling, but everything really took a huge dive. I didn't, and similar to Craig as well, I had to work all through the pandemic. There was no break for me personally, and the stress of working at home. I work in customer services, and anyone who's ever done anything like that knows that it can be a very high pressure job. And when you're dealing with people who are having their own lives fall apart and looking to you for answers, and you obviously can only do limited things to help them, it's going to affect you, and it's going to mean that you're going to backslide in more ways than one, and not ways you're happy with or that you want to. But I had to take about 8 weeks off of work last year just to address the fact that I was really not in a great place and I wasn't doing well. And it has only really been in some of the past few weeks that I can really truly say that I've started to turn a bit of a corner. I've recently I spoke to my doctor at length over the past year, and I've changed, and I'm on a different type of antidepressant medication now, and it's making me feel less drowsy, less tired. And although I'm not 100% happy with my work situation, I've reduced my hours, which has certainly helped reduce my stress, and I'm now able to go into the office and stay safe in the environment that's been created there, while things start to go a bit more back to normal. And it's a long journey. It's not easy for anyone, but I do want to make sure that you know that this can happen to anyone at any point in their life, and not addressing it and not acknowledging it and not seeking help has been something that I've struggled with personally, because it's never easy to talk about or deal with. But just know that if you are going through anything like this, if you are struggling, one of the hardest things to do is admit it, but you've got to do that and speak to your friends, to your family, to anyone who you can feel comfortable speaking to. And when I started out addressing the things with my original doctor wasn't good. I felt like I had been, I wasn't being heard, and I wasn't my feelings weren't being addressed, and I wasn't receiving the kind of treatment that was going to help me. And that is such an issue for a lot of people as well. So you've just got to persevere and try and just know that, and this was covered earlier as well in some of the things in chat and other people were saying, you are not a burden. People will, and it's up to other people to tell you when they're not able to support you, or if it's not an okay time to talk about things. But your friends and family, I hope, will be there'll be more that even if it's not something they understand initially, my mum has grown to understand the way things are with me. My dad the same, and people can adjust, people can change, and it will get better. It just takes it will be something that, if it does affect you, is going to take time and work, and it will not necessarily be easy. But if when you're taking care of yourself, as we've already talked about, when you're eating right, going out to get fresh air, if you can, exercising is also a great thing. Our physical bodies are so much more tied to how we feel mentally than we think about and we realize. But I've been exercising more recently, and I feel, you know, the COVID cushion is still there. Like I'm still like a little bit, you know, more tubby than I'd like to be. But even just through making sure that I do exercise and I do stretch and I do, you know, and like Craig said, like getting out of bed, you know, not sleeping in all day or all morning, you know, getting up and going to work, reintroducing that structure into my day, and trying my best not to stay up too late. You know, apart from the odd night where you're having fun with friends or whatever, is what it's about. These simple things, you know, people talk about, you know, you can look this up if you're not familiar with it, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what we need as people to progress and to function just even on a daily basis. And you know, the pillars of that are rest, and you know, taking care of ourselves, making sure you're eating as best you can. Eating something is better than nothing, you know, but obviously, you know, healthy foods are going to make you feel better than eating junk food all the time. But it's also okay to you know, I'm going to order a burger tonight, you know, because I don't feel like cooking. You know, I'm going to treat myself, and that's fine to do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But you know, just take it one day at a time, and also know that you can rebuild yourself. And I looking back at how my breakdowns, because there's been more than the ones I've just addressed last year and a few years ago. There's been times in between where I've really struggled as well, but I've always come back and bounced back, and I know now. And that doesn't mean that I'm always doing everything right to take care of myself, but I'm also learning to, especially in the pandemic that we've all had to deal with this last year, take it easier on yourself. Don't beat yourself up, because you're not a perfect person. No one is. No one knows what they're doing, and that's okay. And that's why we are all here to help and support one another. That's why there are people out there. And just as Crafty had said, just as Mark has said, I'm always happy to talk with anyone. My DMs are always open. I will respond when I can, when it's okay for me to do so. But there's so many other people out there and so many resources as well. Just don't suffer in silence. You are not alone. It is okay not to be okay. And just like Reese Boy's saying in the chat right now, people are going to just, when people ask you how you're doing, if you just say you're fine, they're just going to let it ride. They're just going to let it slide, because they can't know how bad things are for you. And it's okay to say if things are not good, if things are bad. So that's the only way things are going to start to get better and improve, and you're going to start to, you know, feel happy again, and you will, and it will be all right. But that's why there's spaces and causes like Safe in Our World, that they are putting themselves out there and making sure that we all know through through connection, through doing things we enjoy. Before I came back into the stream this afternoon, I went and played Mario Kart with a new friend I made the other day, and a whole bunch of people I'd never met before. And you don't have to put yourself out there. That might not be something you're comfortable doing, but just make sure you do stuff with people you do know, with friends you do enjoy. Yeah, take that time for yourself, and if you can, and you can, because we all have that time every day, just do something that puts a smile on your face, even if it's just watching your favorite TV show over again, listening to your favorite album, the music you love. It's not always gonna work, it's not always gonna have that effect, but there are those things which we've all got, which we love doing. And yeah, you can do it. That's it.
Can I pick on one point that you've said? See,
Go for
see,
it.
saying that you feel like when somebody asks you how you feel and you say you feel
Yeah.
fine. I hate the word fine. It's the most ambiguous way to explain how you feel, which means nobody's going to ask, because if you say you're not doing okay, then people are going to say, why are you not okay? If you say you're doing good, people are going to go, great. If you say you're fine, they're just like, yeah, he's all right. He's clearly not having that many problems. But it's such a grey area, because fine for everybody is so subjective. Because if you're doing fine, you could be still struggling, but you're doing better than normal, which is still, in a way, not good enough when people care.
Yeah, so that would be something that I would say. It's something that I recognised that I did for way too long.
I still do it.
I
I'm a
would
hypocrite.
answer. Yeah, well, now I've taken that out of my language at the minute, because
no.
I am not fine at the minute. But yes, it was something. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm fine. Just move on. And you just turning away the yeah, as I'll go into in my story of what's happened this year, I wasn't. But then people that were there and were talking to me, just didn't know until it was too late and I crumbled. So it's okay to say you're having a bad day, if it's just a bad day or whatever else, just saying that you're fine is does yourself such a disservice in my opinion. Just really stop me getting help earlier.
Yeah, it's the vaguest answer you can give, because fine is so subjective. Like, what good does it? Like, if you say you're sitting at a restaurant, you get your dinner, and you're like, it's fine. Whoever you're with will go, well, send it back.
Yeah, I think that's important as well for other people here listening that are not, necessarily going through things or are going through things. It is to notice the people who, when they're always saying they're fine. They've never said that they're good. Like asking them a few more questions, following up on that. It can mean the world to someone if you do take that time, and reach out to them and go, are you actually all right? Anything I can do, hey, you fancy playing a game? You fancy doing something and having a chat?
Yeah, or just saying, look, have you got 5 minutes? I want to jump on a call and catch up. Because that 5 minutes can make a world of difference to somebody. Like, feeling that somebody cares enough about you to say, come and let's talk. Even if you don't explain that anything's wrong, if you don't have anything that you really need to talk about on that day, if you're in a bad place, the best thing that somebody can do is acknowledge your existence. Because, as all of us have said at one point or another, we've felt miserable, we've felt alone, we've felt tired, we've felt whatever you felt. Somebody taking 5 minutes to go, come in, let's sit and talk, would make a world of difference.
I mean, I'm sure he won't mind me telling this story. I'm not sure if any of you know of Chance Carter. He was a military deployee. He was in the military in the US, etc., and he was deployed to the Middle East. And I just made a point of checking in on him, saying, you're drinking enough water, like once a month, every couple of weeks or whatever, just sending him a DM and doing it. And then when the kind of funny came for the London meetup or whatever, they did Stack Up, isn't it? The military charity. And there was some people, basically they brought across some service members to go to the London meetup. One of them was Chance. And I was I was sat having a chat with him, and I had no idea. Like he said just that checking in when he was so isolated abroad and so far from family made such an impact. I was just chatting to a mate, checking in on someone. You really don't know the power of reaching. How much reaching out can actually really help people, and it's important to reach out to the people as well that you haven't heard from you haven't seen, in places you'd normally expect them for a while, etc. Because they're probably the ones, the problem with mental health often is that you just want to curl up into a ball.
Yeah.
And you just retract from the world, and things that you love and all the rest, you just go quiet. So if anything, it's just sending a message. Hey, they may just be really busy at work. They may be absolutely fine, but even the worst they're just going to say is, "Oh, all right, how's it going?" The best is that you might actually have might be a lifeline to someone.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of times and instances where that's been the case. A lot of people have done that with me, and I've done that with others as well. And it's just something just passing like that can definitely change. Just can uplift somebody's mood, or as you say, what's the worst that can happen? They can turn around and go, "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm good. What's what's the crack with you?" And you've kind of got the opportunity just as a quick bond. So why not? So yeah, definitely. I have just a quick thing. Obviously, Joe mentioned the medication thing. During what I had when I was speaking, obviously I had mentioned that I was floated two options, and I wasn't against take medication or anything like that either. There's absolutely no qualms whatsoever. That whatever helps you is your best option, and is your that's for you to decide and for nobody else to decide. Even if it's something as simple, which happened to me, was somebody had picked up on the fact that I was panicking quite a lot at work, and they gave me I think there's something similar in US, but over here we have CAMS, the small kind of pill that you would take. It's herbal, and it's just something that's intended to kind of calm you down, maybe take that kind of, no, the edge off, that's something stronger, but just take that kind of bit off. And they had gave me a slip of them and said, like, look, these kind of help me when I'm feeling most anxious. You can have some of them and see if they help you. And I mentioned to somebody that they gave me that, and their response was, well, that's not going to help anybody, is it? And I thought, well, if he's saying that's not going to help anybody, what's the point in me taking them then? Like, I didn't even give myself the opportunity or the chance to benefit from taking something herbal that might help just based on somebody passing judgment. So I just wanted to touch on that.
Yeah. Joe, are you comfortable talking about your experience with medication?
Of course, yeah. So essentially, for those who don't know, first of all, what an antidepressant or an anti-anxiety medication does, or there's other categories as well that you can look into. It's addressing a chemical imbalance that can be the case in someone's mental health and sometimes genetic makeup. I'm not a doctor, so obviously take everything I say with a grain of salt. But every although there are common effects and potential side effects as well, every person is going to react differently to every medication, whether it's actually an antidepressant or not. And so I was on citalopram for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. And until it wasn't really doing it for me anymore. Last year, when the pandemic hit, it was not regulating my anxiety. I was having more panic attacks than I should have been. And then I moved on to, well, after increasing the dose for that, I then changed over to a drug called mirtazapine, which helped me sleep better, but also made me so drowsy that I barely had any energy to do the stuff that I wanted to do. So it was only about coming up on maybe a month or month and a half ago that I actually switched over to a different drug called sertraline, and that's proven to be much better for me so far. and it can take up to 4 to 6 weeks for any medication to take effect, and also if you change a medication, switch from one to another, or remove a medication from your if you've been taking an antidepressant of some kind, it is going to affect you emotionally. I learned this the hard way the first time I didn't have a prescription re-upped by a doctor, and I had one of the worst days ever. But it was just because chemically I was not receiving the most common form of an antidepressant is or they're also known as SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which basically just it increases your serotonin levels. It is giving you more serotonin, which is a chemical that is designed to boost and improve mood and decrease feelings of anxiety and depression, obviously. But there is in it's different, obviously, depending on where you live. But the general thing in the UK is they will not tend to prescribe medication if it's your first time addressing mental health issues. They will suggest talking therapies, cognitive behavioral therapy, unless obviously it is a crisis situation where you're a danger to yourself or others immediately. But it is, and there is that taboo and stigma around it. But just know that medication will change some things for you, but it's not going to be right for everybody, and it might take some time to find a medication that works for you if that's the path that you're going to go on. But I have counselling every week, and I've been with the same counsellor for over a year now, and that is vital to my mental health and my stability as well, in terms of keeping me feeling good in the day to day and the week to week. So that's something to explore as well, obviously, because having a professional to talk to is I think is one of the best things that you can do for yourself if it's an option for you.
So
and if I can piggyback off that real quick, and it takes time to get used to as well. For me, my anxiety medication, it took me about a full 6 weeks to get used to and to notice that it was making a difference. And then I was really, really tired for about the first couple weeks, but after that, it did kind of balance itself out, because you're basically retraining the chemicals in your brain to work properly and to produce what they need to produce. And that doesn't happen, like that. So I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the US, for my doctor, I basically went in every month for about 3 to 4 months with the different medication, because she started me on one. We let that settle. She changed the dose because she didn't like it. We let that settle. And then we went in and she put me on the other 2 medications, and now I go back every 3 months just to make sure that they're working fine. So if you do go down that road and you get frustrated after a week or 2 because you don't notice a difference, talk to your doctor, obviously, but know that it might take a little bit of time, and to try to, be a little patient with the process.
Yeah, I think so. I am actually quite fortunate in my main mental health issue that I actually do have effectively a magic bullet medication that does it, but that is not the common. I know from a lot of friends who've had it, like and medications can be working wonderfully, but that may change as well. So like actually keeping working
regular
on that,
tabs.
Regular tabs on that, and and if your medication does stop working, it is important to talk to your doctor and evaluate that, because often it can, if it's not working, then you need to fix it. I think a lot of people often will just stick on something that isn't, or doctors will prescribe something and it's not working, and often a lot of side effects and things like that. It's always going to be a working process with medication, I think, and it's always something you need to watch. And obviously, and sometimes with a lot of these ones as well, they will actually become ineffective over time because of
Mm-hmm.
they're trying to change brain chemistry.
Yeah, so you might need to go
There's-
in and get a your dosage upped.
Yeah,
You know,
but it's your brains.
brains are complicated.
Yeah, yeah,
And the
Talk to a
side
doctor.
effect can be a kickback.
yeah.
They can absolutely destroy you. Like I tried sleeping tablets at one point because I got diagnosed with chronic sleep deprivation. Was how the doctor actually described it, which was kind of terrifying. But he gave me sleeping tablets, and I tried them for 3 nights, and my ex now told me that they actually made me violent in my sleep, where I would be calling her extremely horrible names and things like that while asleep. So I stopped taking them straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's obviously different things that got to work for different people, and I think a lot of things that we've covered there is speaks to that between medication, between being on medication, between taking the approach of speaking to people first, speaking to others. There's no shame in whatever works for you. That's the benefit of having discussions like this. You can see that other people have took different paths, and that's something that you feel like you want to explore. Then there's absolutely no qualms or problems or issues with taking those routes.
Yeah, but obviously talk to your doctor about any medication and things like that.
100%.
We obviously are not medical professionals, so
Absolutely not.
and what particular medication may work fantastic for someone may be absolutely useless for someone else as well. So
Yep, definitely. Speak to your doctor first. Speak to mental health professionals first. We're obviously here to share our experiences. It's something that we're able to speak about our own things and our own dealings with, and like I had said, I think I'd mentioned to one or two people, it's not about giving each other advice. It's just sharing and being open with that, and hoping that someday other people can draw for that. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate different takes and different bits of input. So if there's no other comments at the minute from the rest of the panel for Joe or towards Joe, or anything that Joe is touched on, then we can move on to Mark. Are we all good?
Yeah, all good.
Yeah,
All
I think
good, yeah.
I'm good.
Thanks again, Joe. I appreciate you coming on. I know that you patiently kind of sit and watch and listening. Obviously, it's not high action gameplay that we're showing here. The conversation and the point of this is for this exactly. But we just appreciate you taking your time just as everybody else. So I'll pass it on to Mark, and thanks again, Joe.
Thank you.
So, hi, I'm Mark Freeman. You may know me from Twitter or the meetups or the chatting, kind of funny, etc. Not sure how many of you are aware. So, where do I start the story? I'm going to have to go probably further back than most people here. When I was 2, I contracted measles. In the 80s, etc. I didn't receive the medical treatment that was needed. This led to me getting extremely hot and effectively boiling my brain and giving me severe brain damage. This wasn't immediately diagnosed. I went from a 2-year-old that was talking back to full regression, basically, and was non-verbal, and lost a lot of my physical abilities as well, walking and things like that. And school was very difficult for me. I was not in full-time education until I was 8. I was expelled from a lot of schools, often for valid reasons, sometimes just because of stigma that followed me around. I was put on a lot of different medications, none of which really worked. Some of them were extremely detrimental. I can't remember, I think it was about 6 or something. They put me on something which made me hallucinate. So I was on the monkey bars in a playground, like the bars in a playground, and I saw a bar that wasn't there. Reached for it, fell straight down and broke my arm. I was extremely aggressive and would do bizarre and dangerous things. And everyone thought I was thick as two short planks. It's important to say, my parents are wonderful. I have great parents who, fortunately, were police officers and had a reasonable amount of money that they access to services, so they kept fighting for me and fighting for trying to find a diagnosis. I spent a lot of my early years with home tutoring and things like that instead of school, because I'd go and I'd do something stupid like attack a teacher with scissors or run away or things like that, and everyone just was like, he's naughty and stupid. I don't know how it happened, but basically I got a meeting with a dyslexia specialist in London, which I went to, and she gave me a verbal IQ test, of which I scored, I believe, 149, and got automatic membership to Mensa. From that, I was sent to Great Ormond Street Hospital to have brain scans. It was a giant machine, like the size of my house, back in those days. And they looked at my brain, and they finally saw all of this damage which was in there. Which also led to them diagnosing me with ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, some short-term memory issues, and some other bits. I was incredibly lucky, insanely lucky, to then get placed in the UK medical trials for Ritalin. So before I start this is my experience. ADHD medication has saved my life. However, I am in no way endorsing or recommending that you take it, and I'm very much especially saying that under no circumstances there's some like for HIMSS type sites popping up to like fill in an online survey to get ADHD medication. Talk to a psychiatrist, medical professional about it. It may work for you, but it may not. There are a lot of side effects from it, which obviously is a price I'm willing to pay. So I would very much recommend that you're careful. So I was placed in the medical trials for Ritalin, and first 100 people in the UK to be taking it under the thing. And in the end, was one of the key case studies within that one, because I was especially they could prove I had ADHD with a brain scan. They could say, here is the part of the brain that is broken. So obviously in the early days there was a lot of issues with misdiagnosis and medication and things like that. So that was very good. From there I was able to return to school. However, my writing, so obviously going back, the problems that I was obviously having was I got severe ADHD, I've got severe dyslexia and dyspraxia. So dyspraxia, if you're not aware, is basically like a coordinational dyslexia. So my writing looked like shit. I couldn't spell, but I was very bright and I knew what to put down on the page. I just couldn't put it down on the page as a kid. So that obviously then just led to me getting angry, annoyed, and the ADHD flaring up, and then me just flaring out in a bad way. I lived in a reasonably large town, but not a city or whatever. So the stigma followed me of the stuff that obviously I'd done previously, and I was never really invited to birthday parties or things like that. The whole class would get invited except me and things like that. So whilst the medication helped, and that obviously was a process and it's grown and the doses have changed over time and things like that, and it's something obviously I carefully monitor. But whilst it fixed it, I was also dealing with a lot of bullying, ostracizing. The parents were the worst generally. Everyone just thought I was a little shit, even though, and stupid and things like that, even though I was, did really well on my 11. I got 100% on the Maths 11 plus and did actually fairly good on the English as well. My parents also then in between, obviously our schools in the UK work a bit differently. We've just got basic primary school and secondary school, but they then drove me an hour each way over to a special dyslexia school in Ramsgate, which then helped me and gave me a lot of tools. When I went into secondary school, I used a laptop, and I went to a grammar school in the town where I lived. However, and obviously the laptop put a target on my back. My writing still to this day is very messy or whatever, but obviously I type and all the rest of it, which worked out really great for my career in IT. Learning typing from a very young age, back in the 80s and 90s was was a fairly unique skill. And I got extremely bullied, really physically and mentally. But I ended up getting detention as much as the bullies did. Like the headmaster at the time said there is no bullying in my school, and just wanted to keep it under the rug. So I was making myself ill to avoid school. I was suicidal. This is like 11 to 13. I was probably doing about 3 days of school a week, like, because I'd go in and it'd be so bad, and then I'd just get so stressed and just make myself ill, and it was a living hell. Again, thankfully, my parents pulled, so it all in registration one day. A kid picked up a chair and came at me with it. I mean, to try and stop him. Until then, he poked me in the eye with the chair leg, at which point I was sent to the school nurse, and she just sent me back to lessons and didn't send me to the hospital for medical treatment. When my parents found out, they went ballistic and pulled me out of school. And I was very fortunate to move up to a place in Kent called Cranbrook School, which is a very unique school in the fact that it's a state-funded boarding school. It's got a Queen's Charter or something very special. There aren't that many of them, but it does mean that it was a extremely well-funded school, because the boarders, obviously, it was a hell of a lot cheaper to send you were just paying boarding fees. You weren't having to pay tuition as well, like where most boarding schools you would have to pay tuition as well. So the boarding fees were quite a lot. So they got a lot of money. It was a fantastic school, but they also had a fantastic special needs program and support. So I had weekly meetings. I started my first web design company at the age of 16 with some friends, and was exempt from the German lessons but had to attend. So I sat there earning money. I think I made about 30 quid one German lesson. I updated the local estate agent's website. Really good. Again, I did get some bullying there, but again, they were very better about it. I started having friends, which is something I had very few of before, and I found a group of people. Many of them, I was best man at, like my mate's wedding. I found a really good group of people, and I got out of the darkness for a while, and that was fantastic. I also then started a career, and in IT, and whilst yes, I know obviously Mr. Mack, your stories earlier about work stress and things like that. Yes, I've been there. Crunch. I think I certainly, I know that we're kind of on Twitch and Discord and all the rest of this, playing Minecraft. crunch is. So at one point, I was building the main company's website for the one that I was doing, and I was doing approximately 60 to 80 hours a week, commuting up to London and doing that. So I get home and then I'd log back in and work and crunch. Until you do it, you can't understand how much it just takes over your life. It is a So I'm always on the side of you just all you have is work, and that can be extremely isolating and extremely poor for your mental health. Because again, then you're not exercising as much. You generally won't be eating as healthily because you're just running to you just because you're so busy, you just grab whatever's quickest. Which generally isn't the healthiest. I had some instance there. Spoke's work have been fantastic. They were, that was a really unfortunate time where the CEO, who's no longer there, and basically said, "I want the new website on this date," which was about half as much time as was needed.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It was a great project and everything else, and we have making massive steps since there. They're putting support structures and things like that, and now I'm leading a team of web developers. That is always one of my key focuses, is to prevent any of my devs from crunching, because again, also, it isn't good. It's not. Your work isn't good. If you're that tired, if you're working that much, your mind's like a health bar. It gets used up. So it really isn't an effective strategy, in my opinion, for delivering stuff, and should be avoided at all costs. In my adult life, I've also had some instances with things like that. ADHD I have extremely severe ADHD, so my mind will basically often is trying to do the thing to get you the most attention, which can often be extremely negative for yourself. So I don't know. I kind of skipped over the Ritalin. So Ritalin is effectively an amphetamine. What it does is it's effectively, in a very broad sense, is stimulate the neural pathways to that were directed towards the dead brain cells, in my case, to go to brain cells which aren't actually being used, because there's a fair portion of your brain that isn't, and it rewires those pathways that were damaged, etc. It works fantastically. It does have I am on 19 milligrams a day, which is extremely high dose, above a lot of because I've been on it for 28 years now, since I was 8. So that does have a real impact. I do get less sleep than most people, and obviously you can't take it. You have to stop taking it at a point, and then in particular. So if you wake up in the middle of the night, you aren't medicated. The ADHD has free reign. So whistle stop tour. So why am I here today? So I think Joe's probably the only one that may have seen this from the pandemic, actually. Yeah, so address it that way. The pandemic has been hard and isolating, but early on I started doing a weekly community Zoom that has been fantastic. We get people from all around the world, so do it every Saturday. I'll be doing it later on at 8 o'clock GMT, noon San Francisco time today, and that's it. Obviously, work has been, running a team can get stressful at times and things like that, but I am extremely lucky. They sent us home well before the government advice was to work from home. They have been good. There hasn't even been a indication of me going anywhere near an office, even when it opened up last year. They're taking a really good approach. It's a very weird company. I work for the third biggest third or fourth biggest insurance broker in the world, but it is still a family-run company. So and they really do those values, and the way that they've looked after people through the pandemic has been great. So we've had we have time set aside each week for in the different teams for to have socials and things like that where we don't talk about work. And the pandemic, yes, was hard, and I was feeling isolated and things like that, but it had been going really well until one Monday night in, I think, January 17th, I believe it was. I got a phone call from my mum at 9 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night, and it was like, this is strange. And she phoned me and was in real distress, and my dad went out walking supposedly, but then went running in dark clothing with his iPod or his music on, etc., in his ears, and ran out in front of a car. At that time, when she first phoned me, he'd unfortunately, this was when the UK was going through, and in particular Kent at the time was going through, it was probably the hottest time for COVID at all. So he laid on the road for 2 hours before the ambulance could get to him in the freezing cold. He finally then got taken in the ambulance, but then taken to the William Harvey Hospital, which at the time was the absolute hotspot in the country. We weren't sure if he was going to survive. Mum went up and got a report. Like, they phoned me, I spoke to her in the morning. She had been to the hospital. Obviously, like, we couldn't go see him. Like, she's not been able, like, but someone came out to talk to her from the hospital because she couldn't get anyone on the phone, so she drove up there and told us that at that time that he was never going to walk again. And, may not survive. Then, which was very difficult, and my dad ran marathons, was incredibly active, and yes, and obviously they were living down in Hythe at the time, which is about an hour's way. The next day I spoke to my dad and he was like, I think I can move my feet. But we couldn't speak to, but he didn't get like seen or whatever. So it was a day and a half, something like that, or maybe 2 days before like he got seen and got the scans that he needed. Obviously, the hospital was extremely overrun with COVID. But was lucky enough to be in a green ward as opposed to a red ward. But obviously, that the services were strained at best, if not completely and utterly overrun. As things went on, and different scans happened, like he could move his feet, he could do things. They found out that he had a crushed T12 spinal injury. They didn't know whether he would have. We didn't know whether he needed to be operated on, and he would have. He would have been operated on had it not been for everything. He would have been flown up to Kings of London like by air ambulance if he could have been like initially. But so he was in the hospital for a week and a half, something like that. So we couldn't go see him obviously because but thankfully he actually left his phone at home, so it wasn't completely utterly smashed and ruined like all of his clothes and things like that, because he got hit by a car going at 30 miles an hour. He then got sent home very early, and this is where the story improves hopefully a bit. he managed to come out without catching COVID, which is a minor miracle in itself. But he was in a brace and he was on morphine and codeine and basically was only allowed out of bed to go to the toilet. My parents fortunately had, because he worked as a funeral director. They built the house. So basically, they owned the house next door, and they built this house for me here. So again, I'm very, very privileged and lucky, and but I own another house in Cranbrook as well, where the people there dropped out. So they basically moved the tenant they had next door there, and they were like establishing next door as a bolt hole, but hadn't done anything. Like they literally just got the person out that they'd just taken it over that week or whatever. So obviously in that week, we built out that house. We had to build out that house and build out beds and build, a bed downstairs for him because obviously he couldn't get up the stairs. On the plus side, I did go. I need some retail therapy and bought myself a nice 65-inch LG OLED CX.
Some bonuses.
Yeah. So then I moved my TV over there. He's got my PlayStation Pro over there because I got the 5, to set it up as a DVD player because they had nothing. They didn't have TV. Nothing was set up in there. They didn't have a dishwasher. So Mum was driving up and down to Hythe, was building it all out, and we got him home and he was alive. So. And didn't have COVID, and was fantastic, and he has been steadily improving. However, yeah, I've got a high profile, just they're good, and were fantastic and supportive and allowed me time and stuff like that. But my life became get up, go to work. Go over there at lunchtime, sort out what's need doing, do the DIY, do anything that's heavy, because heavy lifting, move around his bed into different places because he's got rest. He was laying in bed all day and like nothing to do. Mum was driving up and down to Hythe, which was killing. She like every time I saw her, she just looked drained. So go over there for lunch, sort everything out, go back round, go for round there of an evening, and It was my dad's fault. He ran in front of a car. He told my mum that he was going out for a walk on this massive wide promenade along the seafront. This caused a lot of stress, let's say. And a lot of my dad feeling really down and Mum being pissed off, basically, that it was his own fault. And I became a handyman, a carer, a marriage counsellor, everything. Like my day was work and sorting stuff for them, and then if I was lucky enough, I could get back and watch one of the KF streams and go to bed and rinse and repeat. My brother lives up in Coventry, and as their only grandson, so he was a nuisance at the start. Like he basically used them to like occupy the kids at very awkward times when they're trying to make breakfast and sort stuff out and do the day. So that was all going on, and he's improved. He improved, and then he could start. But there was long periods between the hospital visits where we had no advice as to what he could do, so he had to stay in bed a bit longer than he probably would have, because we obviously didn't have the advice that he could do stuff, and then he could get up and do stuff with a brace and things like he's got this big brace on, like he could then sit for a little bit, and it all started scaling up, but still he also withered away, like in that first month or two, like because he was just lying in bed all day. Like he was fitter than me, Dad was now like, his skin was hanging off him, like in his legs and arms, because where all his muscles had just completely deteriorated. Like, it was hard to see. It was, and obviously it was also stressful because I was having to do so much as well as run a team and, you know, deploy a website, do my work and all the rest of it. You know, they allowed me a hell of a lot of time, and if anything was needed, I just booked it out work and did it. But it was stressful. There was a lot of, everyone was very upset, and, you know, it wasn't, and obviously my mum was doing twice as much and was, you know, I didn't really, you know, I couldn't moan to them. I couldn't say anything to them. Like, they were going through hell. Like, I was not, thankfully, you know, I didn't talk about this because I was so busy. So you know, this is my first publicly talking about what's happened, because I just couldn't deal. I knew like with my social media presence, like that would have been a job in itself, and was proved later on. You know, like I know people would have been there and all the rest of it, but I just didn't have time. Like I didn't have time in the day. I was like, my day was just, all my hours were gone, and hopefully catch an hour of Kind of Funny, go to bed or whatever, or maybe two. You know, that was like my only thing. The weekly Zoom that I've been doing for the last year over the pandemic was the only place I talked about it, and was my only bit of respite. But and you know, there were some people there that really helped me, but I was drowning, and then it came to Mother's Day. And this is, by this point, he's a lot more active, and, you know, could actually go and do things, could actually go down to the other house, and like could actually go out in the car and things like that. Because obviously initially, like, he couldn't do that either because he was, you know, it was too painful for him, and like he can't sit down. You know, he's also got like a coccyx injury, which is causing him a lot of pain. So it's like he can't sit down for you know, he struggles sitting down for a while, and he's his worst own enemy. He's you know, always wanting to do way too much. But my brother, having done nothing to help this entire time, I don't know what Mother's Day was, this March or something, I think, or April, I don't know when UK Mother's Day is. My mum asked him to come help come down, which is some distance, help put up a polytunnel outside, and then go down on his own to the other house and get and move some really the heavy stuff that she couldn't move, because, you know, they're older. I'm, you know, 36. You know, my parents are older, in 60s, 70s. You know, and he was rude, let's say. Also, kind of, when they retorted, then started using their access to their grandchildren as a thing, and was, you know, had and that broke my mum. My mum is a very strong person and a very strong-willed person. That then sent the household into disarray. When my mum's pissed, she's not fun to be around. And she was just hurt. Like, she was, you know, it was really tough. Like, again, like, this was when the FCF was coming along, so the traditional way that we were doing it at that point was we'd do the Zoom and then we'd roll into doing a watch along on a Discord. So that got cancelled. I sent a slightly passive aggressive text to my brother of like, hey, you know, okay, guess I'll change my plans like I do every other day. Didn't contact me. He phoned up mum and had shouted at mum. Like, I was already drowning. Everything just got set on fire. I was in a really bad way. I decided to I realised that I needed to start doing things. So I've cut my brother out of my life. This was not the only thing. There was plenty of other things before. Like he's just like, he's always a dick to me. Like, and just was never fun interacting with him and all the rest of it. There was stuff around my birthday as well, and it just doesn't matter. Anyway, so I started trying to cut some of the negative, nasty influences out of my life. And I did that. That then extended to some, some things, I didn't want to let someone that had been really abusive to me in the past into the Zoom that night, because I knew I was in crisis. And I had a mental breakdown at work on the Friday and screamed at someone that I love, not sure what she might be, but thankfully we are really, really good friends, so we had a chat. Like she just got the fucking full barrels of my rage and all the rest over something that was completely pointless. But I was breaking, and then there was just some others, and that didn't go down. And like, because I won't put people, I don't talk negatively about people. There were some misunderstandings there, and then there was some really, not nice things said. And I just wanted to kill myself, but I couldn't, because I couldn't leave my mum to deal with my dad's. I broke. I started making plans with a very sharp kitchen knife I have, which has been relocated next door since then. My whole world fell apart. I just couldn't cope. It was just the build up of the pressure. Like I'd been saying, as we discussed earlier, like when people asked, I was like, oh, I'm fine, yeah, no, oh, whatever, this. I just let it get too far. And I just couldn't dig myself out. Thankfully work got got wind of it, and like really helped me. It was just like, and kept a very close eye, and worked with me and things like that. I then through that way, so again, the problem is when I'm in a spiral, like if I wake up in the middle of the night, my mind will go between rage and sadness. Like I just won't get back to sleep if I'm in a bad place, because my mind will just engage, and then it will just start escalating to like, you should reach out this, but you should do, like really destructive, and but you just don't sleep, and then you're tired, and then you're grumpy, and then it was really, really bad. And but I felt trapped because I couldn't leave. Didn't have that option, and I just disintegrated. Obviously, I put out a tweet, and then like the next day, it was Mother's Day. Obviously, I then had to spend the next day with my mum, like just make sure that she had a nice Mother's Day, and go and sort out all the stuff that my brother was meant to do. So obviously, and that was really stressful because she was really upset, and like I told her though straight away what was going on. And then obviously work were really like pounding me to phone off a crisis line, which I did, and then unfortunately someone's back door got broken when mowing, and glass and then I accidentally hung up on it. It's just like, after like telling the whole story and it really draining me, so it was like I phoned back and I was like sixth in the queue. I was like, sod this. And then work turned around and said on the Friday, no, Mark, you are not allowed to work until you talk to someone. So I phoned my GP and told them this, told them that I was having suicidal thoughts and making solid plans about how to commit suicide, and talked through, and they were like, "Oh yeah, okay, we'll get someone to talk to, you can talk to them," and like go through this whole call, and it was like, "Okay, cool, I'll contact them straight away then, and hopefully be able to talk to someone this afternoon." And they went, "Oh no, it's going to be a month before anyone can talk to you." And I was just like, I can't, I don't know what to do. Like I'm just completely like I know I'm in a dreadful place. I got no escape. Like it was a kick to the balls, and I was lost and was whatever. I slapped my boss, telling him, and within a minute he was, or very shortly afterwards, he was like, "Here's this details to log into our website, phone up these people." I did so, and within 3 minutes I was talking to a counsellor, and they were helping me, because I knew, obviously I've dealt with this for, I'm like, I've had tools, and before I've always been able to, the tools that I had have always, I've been able to use those and get out of it, but this time I was just so far gone that they weren't even stable. Like I was just descending. So that was extremely helpful. I've been talking to them regularly since, and we've been getting different things, but I am still not okay. I am still having dark thoughts and not sleeping, and I am working on my mental health. I am working to be okay. In positive, my dad's now had his brace off, and like we now go like walking every day with him, to go for a brief walk with him each day, like that's great. But like my life is, my life is work and looking after my dad and my mum, and that's needed, and that's, I held no ill will towards them for it, because they did so much for me in my life. If they hadn't fought for me, everyone thought I would be dead or in prison by the age of 18. No one thought I'd amount to anything. And they fought
Take a breath.
for
Take a breath.
for years for me. So I am happy. They built me this house. I'm happy to give them everything, but yeah, and I said it publicly, and then there was, that was the problem. There was then, I just had so many, it was just a mountain, so I've just been off to it. I've been posting updates about my journey, because as I say, I think it's so important to let other people know that, yeah, okay, I'm somewhat, I can't even, a name in a community, whatever it is. I don't do anything. I'm not a streamer. I'm not, I've got a great job, and I don't need any of, but like the messages, and I'd already been talking to, several best friends who were in crisis beforehand, and they were the first messages that I went into, but I still haven't got anywhere near those notifications, and there've been some hurtful ones. Like every time I like tried to clear it, then I just come across the one, and then it's just like I'm back at square one, and I'm just in hell, with someone saying something shitty to me. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. But I am still here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to fight to get there, and yeah, that's what's been happening to me this year. I kept it quiet, I probably shouldn't, but I just had no capacity to. Thank you for listening. Thank you for Mr. Mac for giving us a place to talk about this.
No problem at all, Mark. Honestly, there was no. As soon as I think I don't remember what it was I was doing that night, that you DM me, but I stopped in my tracks, and I know how private that you are. Just briefly from seeing your social media profile and how much you kind of put that block up on reading those
I mean,
reactions.
that was ruining. I had to that just got cut
100%.
immediately. Like
Yeah,
that was, it was. I was posting because I knew I worried people, so I made sure to post. And again, also I wanted to document my journey as well because it seemed to be hitting a chord with some people that I was talking to in other places. So yeah, I'm not. I put everything out in front of it. I've talked about I've done podcasts. I literally did a fell ass backwards into a mental health stream for the Smoking Dragons on New Year's Day. Joined at 9 o'clock whilst in full, unmedicated. But that was mainly around the ADHD and things like that. That was a fantastic talk. But I live out loud, just because again, like the fact that I am here is a miracle.
Yeah.
The fact that I own my own house and have a responsible job and that I have, I'm a team lead, is, was not something that anyone thought was in my future when I was a child.
Yep.
So I'm happy and proud of where I am, but like you just never know what's going on with someone until you ask. And yeah.
No,
I think we also need to shout you
you
out though for the community Zooms and everything you've done. Like I've never personally been able to bring myself to join one, but I am 100% sure that you have helped so many people throughout this whole pandemic by helping them, by being there for everybody. And like I met you at the London meet and greet the last time it was there, and I had my missus with me, who is a very, very shy person, and she still mentions how absolutely kind you were and how nice it was to talk to you, and that she was so happy that you took an interest, that she didn't know anybody there. She was scared, she was afraid, and you made her feel welcome. So there's been the way you've touched lives throughout the kind of funny community and everything like that. It just shows, like we talked about earlier, the strength of character and things like that. For everything that's happened in your life, the fact that you can continue to be a good man is incredible.
There is a story about that.
I
hope to go on Pocket Full of Soup one day. There was a nightmare trip to New York, and I was very into Terry Pratchett at the time, and this was when I was also, depressed and all the rest of it. And I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Discworld series and what basically the gods are playing Risk with the main character. And I came to the conclusion that, either God doesn't exist and it's all random, so why curse the darkness? Or if he does, he's a bastard, and learn to laugh along. And that's, be the change that you want to be in the world. And that's how I've lived my life since. I I spent last night with, helping someone that was throwing up in my back garden because they got out and down the pub, and an autistic boy that I met through friends or whatever, and turned up and was in a state and tried to stay away, and then went and got his parents and got him home. But like my door is always open. My DMs, again, not on Twitter at the minute, are always open. But if anyone's in the, there are the I mentioned the tutoring that I got. Like she taught me, like I will be forever grateful for Mrs. Page. She taught me so much. Like when everyone else had written me off, she found things that I could do. I learned to knit. And she realized that certain things, like if she engaged, like because of ADHD, like passive learning is quite hard in a lot of ways because I'm not doing, because you're not doing that much. Like my hands I'll start fidgeting and then my mind will go, like, so that's why video games have always been fantastic for me because it engages all the senses, so I can just get, that often, like, it just doesn't, it kind of fully engages my mind, so it doesn't wander and things like that. Like, she made a massive difference. There are so many people that, save me. I am always there to be it. And the reason, if you're my friend and you're at a KF meetup, don't expect me to talk to you other than hi. Like, because I went to KFL2 alone. Well, I went on a family holiday with my parents, and we just like scheduled we did like Route 1, Yosemite, Vegas, Disneyland, or whatever. Did that and had like 2 days in SF, and the Arctic Sloth took me under his wing and like showed me around, and like that changed my life, and I still wear the KFL2 VIP band to this day. Like, just lots of people, Kevin's just screen, etc. And yeah, I mean, to put it on a positive note, like, if you ever do when the world gets back, like, if you go watch Simply Sassy, the latest Simply Sassy Thank You Kind of Funny video, they say it very nicely. The best friend thing isn't bullshit. Yeah, you'll get some bad eggs. Yeah, you'll get some whatever. But you go to one of those meetups, it will change your life. And Kind of Funny have been such a positive influence in my, finding a home and like making so many friends. I mean, I only joined Twitter to send Greg Miller the Nicole Tan video about her that she did at PAX or whatever, about her graduating college at like 15 or whatever. Now I've got 1,000 something followers, like, for no reason. I don't do anything. Like, I don't produce content. Like, I have no need for that. But yeah, I've made so many friends. Like, I am always the one to make. I spend my meetups seeing the people in the corners, going and talking to them because they're the ones that need it. I will actively avoid, like, ignore the people that I know and and all the rest of it to go that, because it's so special. That magic is so special. And then I can spend, however long it was, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 10 minutes talk, like. But I will then introduce. Generally, my method there is then introduce you to someone that I pull in someone, and then that just gets the ball rolling. Like mental health, like, to circle it back, the hardest is the first step. Once you start seeing that, once you start realizing that you can just turn to talk to anyone, like, you will, and then you just turn to the next. It's a chain reaction, isn't it? But obviously it is intimidating and all the rest of it. But again, to bring it back, like, I left it too long. Like, the hardest I know, it's a cliche, the hardest step to take is the first one. But often with mental health, like, admitting that you are not okay is really important. Like, I said I'm fine way too much, and I try not to use that. I'm okay, like, yeah, okay, or this, like, way too much. I let it get way too far, where I've got a long old climb out of this hole, but I'm gonna bloody do it.
Yeah, the vague
and I've got and as this counselling, etc., has been they're giving me tools and things. I've got a Word document, like different things, different advice around like sleep, and obviously exercise is really important. That's getting out of the house, and like walking my dad's been great for that. Breathing exercise, all sorts of things. And now, like, the next new one is like taking some time a day, like, for me to go exercise, like, separately. And work had been absolutely fantastic, so I've messaged him boss with that, and that was where he's like, and he was like, oh yeah, do you mind if I book out like a couple of half an hours a week? And he's like, yeah, to go cycling on my own, just so it's in because otherwise I won't do it. Like, when you're depressed, like, that's the kicker of depression, isn't it? Like, you just don't want to do anything when you start getting depressed. Like, you're so lethargic. Like, it's hard to start. You just. So anyhow, that's my story. Circle back to like the first stuff. Anyone got any things around ADHD or brain damage or things like that, please reach out. I've been dealing with it all my life. I'm not a doctor, but I'm happy to talk to you. I was super lucky that those meds, well, whatever, there is a price to pay for them. Take that isn't, but that to have the life that I have, I'm willing to take. Because I could not function without them. I could not work without them. I would just self-destruct so quickly. So I'm grateful for that. Dyslexia. I can't remember her name. Like, that she saw something in me and realized, to do that and actually see what was inside my head, not just what I could get out onto a page and things like that. So, please look after yourselves, and please, if you are feeling, if you think you're starting to feel not great, talk to someone. Don't let it get as far as I did. Any questions?
Mark, even first of all, that can't have been easy to speak about all of that, and I want you to know that you are heard, you are loved, and this goes for everyone speaking today, everyone here in chat, everyone watching this after the fact. Your feelings are valid, no matter what you're going through, and you are seen, you are heard, you are loved, you are supported, and you are not alone. And I think that Mark's journey speaks so much to the fact that it can be a struggle, but it will take time to get there. But this, in what you've done tonight, Mark, I think even if it's not immediate, even if that obviously was so very difficult to open up about and discuss, you're going to feel that weight start to lift, just as you've done through the counselling that you've been going with, by telling any person, even just one, about how you're feeling, what you're going through, and I'm sure I know that the stories that everyone's telling today are helping people more than you know. And Kamal in the chat is speaking exactly speaking to stuff that Craig said, and I want to echo. You said earlier on, and obviously you're talking about making your own content, but you do so much. You are creating something, and you have created an incredible space with the community Zooms, and keeping those up for as long as you have this past year. It's absolutely incredible.
If you haven't been to one, May 15th would be a very great time to join. Again, I'm doing it again tonight at probably 8ish, hopefully 8ish. But that will be the year of the community Zoom. So hey, if you've ever doubted, then maybe some special guests, may not, whatever. But it will be a fun time, and they are the conversations that we've had as numbers whittle down on those have been amazing. I don't want to obviously talk, but some people have told some real stories, and we've been there. To shout out something, so to go back to Mother's Day and pimp something that really helped us as a family. We were all completely it was, everyone was just completely distraught that day. It was just it was really hard for Mum and Dad. Was obviously felt helpless and all the rest of it. Everything had been, we'd really only ever spent time sorting stuff and doing things. So I decided to throw a Hail Mary. They were like, oh, put something on. Let's watch something. I decided to throw a Hail Mary, considering how much my mum hates football. My dad loves it. Unfortunately, made me a Birmingham City fan, but it's a different story. I just knew we needed some joy, so I put on Ted Lasso, and she was the one you asked for episode 2. That is, if you haven't watched it, unfortunately it's stuck on Apple TV Plus, but that is such a beautiful series and such a positive message, etc. That was, and then to just be able to take some time as a family and to sit and laugh, to sit and enjoy something together, not just all our interactions be work or caring or dealing with trying to sell the other house, or to empty, like all the, like taking a moment to just enjoy something is important. Like Ted Lasso is a absolutely fantastic series. So yeah.
Thanks
I'm
very
just
much,
going to
Mark.
take
Yep.
Yeah, thank you so much again. Unfortunately, I need to go and make myself some food. I will still be listening in for your segment Waxing Moon, and I'll try and pop in towards the end of it back on the Discord call, but I'll be off the Discord. I'll keep myself in it if that makes sense, but I'll be I'll just be on mute for a little bit while I go grab some food and stuff. Sorry to
No, that's fine. Thank you for sharing yours as well, Joe. I mean, it is important to how many different types of mental health issues we've dealt with today. How many different things, like lots of people are going through something. You are not alone in that. That is not. You're not wrong for having those feelings. Like,
exactly.
It's important that people know that other people go through this. Too long has it been the dirty secret, the not talked about, the the shame. Like, I think I think it should be celebrated, seeking mental health. For fuck's sake, like, if you're not, then how are you going to be a proper functioning person? Like, it takes bravery to do it. Like, it should never be something you feel ashamed to do. And yes, counselling has really helped me. It's going to be a long journey. It's going to lead to therapy and things like that. But don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed to talk about it. And I'm really proud of everyone here. I'm really grateful for everyone here that shared their stories before mine.
Big deep breaths, man, because that's a lot that you've shifted off and shared with everybody, and obviously you did touch on that it was your kind of first time publicly speaking about some of that stuff, so honestly I appreciate that you touching on that. It does mean a lot to, obviously, to not to me. I don't care in terms of content type things, just to be able for you to take that on and output that to share them for the people that are in the chat, the people that will see it down the line. It does mean a lot to all of us.
And why are we here, Mr. Mac?
Why are we here? See how many times you set me up for this, right? We are here raising money for Safe in Our World. We're here raising awareness for Safe in Our World, for mental health, for everything that we've touched on today. Obviously, Safe in Our World is a charity that is focused primarily on mental health within the gaming industry, which the majority of us is either a part of, or is touched on, or it has helped us, or some way or another. And if you visit the website, you'll quickly see how integrated it is with video games, and there's a lot on there that will help guide you to where you would be able to reach help. It is a global company with lots of phone numbers and things that you can reach out to, as well as things that will assist you in terms of picking up the odd video game that's focused on mental health and helping on things. So check Safe in the World out. I appreciate everybody in the chat that's been dropping links, reminding people to take breaks, all that kind of thing. So just shout out to everybody in the chat, and what we'll do is
how close are we to you playing FIFA Meat Boy? Less than 40 quid away.
There we go. See, there we go. 100%. 2 Super Meat Boys. Looks like it could be coming right up. So what we'll do is we'll move on to Natalie. And apologies, I've mentioned I was speaking to to Natalie off. Obviously, it is a big weight and a big chunky, heavy subject that we've been going through, and appreciate the patience for everybody involved, both in chat and in the panel. So, again, thanks very much for marking. I'll pass over to Natalie. Thanks very much.
Thank you for giving me a place to talk.
Cheers, man. Nats?
Yeah. So, like, before I start talking, I appreciate everyone who has had the courage today to actually talk about their own story. I think when people hear the word courage, when they hear the word bravery, like the first instance is like it's a knight on a horse that is ready to charge, and that's not the case. Courage doesn't always roar. Um, Sometimes courage is literally the quiet voice at the end of the day saying that I will try again tomorrow. And I think it's important to realize that mental health for a lot of people, and mental health problems, it is tiring, it is overwhelming, it is difficult, it is so hard. But sometimes realizing that, you know, you're standing at the base of a mountain, sometimes you have to realize that you have to climb a hill first before you tackle the mountain. And just having the courage to even say that to yourself, but not even out loud, saying it to yourself, is a lot. So I thank you all for sharing your story. I applaud you all for sharing your story. And thank you again, Mr. Mac, for letting us do this with you today.
No problem.
I mentioned earlier, I'm a brilliant talker. I love to talk. It's getting me to shut up. It's getting me to shut up that sometimes is the challenge. And yet I'm very nervous. I don't think I have shared in full exactly what I've done or been through in my life, really. Touched upon it quite a lot, but I haven't really, not properly anyway, not really spoke about it. My mental health issues, God, go back, you're talking 20 years at least. I was a very, very quiet, shy child. I didn't have a lot of friends. I wouldn't put it down to social anxiety, not really. I just liked my own company. It was one of those, you know, I might be alone, but I'm not lonely. So I found it hard. I found it hard to talk to people. Found it really difficult to make friends. Actually, I still find it very, very difficult to make friends. Because I don't quite know. I wouldn't say I don't know how to, but I don't know. I don't know how to click with people exactly. I suppose when I was about 10-ish, I kind of knew there was something quite different about me. The way I saw relationships, the way I saw how people behaved, I knew there was something different. It didn't dawn on me until maybe my mid-teens that actually it was a lot to do with what my sexuality was. But at 10, what do you know? Puberty started fairly early for me. Puberty started when I was about 9. By 10, I had hormone surges that I didn't know I was having. And as I say, maybe mid-teens, it made sense a little bit more. And I will get to that point. Do you know what? Actually, before I say anything, what I'm about to say involves trauma. involves quite a serious assault, actually. And I just want to warn everyone before I actually start talking that I'm going to talk about it, basically. But when I was 12, I went and saw a friend in another town from me. I needed to get the bus to my friend's house. On this occasion, like, her mum had come and got me from my house, brought me her house. But I had been back and forth from my friend's house before. My mum trusted me to do that. I had done it so many times before. I was only on the bus for like 15, 20 minutes if I was lucky. And my mum or my dad would always meet me off the bus and walk me home. On this occasion, I was supposed to get a lift home. I didn't. And I was like, oh, it's fine. I've done the bus journey before. It's fine. This was about, I don't know, like, I must have left my friend's house about 2:30 in the afternoon, something like that. Middle of the summer, sun in the sky. Hard to believe it would be in Scotland, but it was. Very sunny day. And I walked myself to the shopping centre where I would get the bus. At this point, must have been about 10 to 3 in the afternoon. I saw a guy. I didn't take any notice of him really, but I saw him. And I noticed that he had been essentially on the other side of the road to me. And he was walking at the same pace as me. And I got to the end of that street. And this man grabbed me and pulled me behind one of those industrial sized bins. And without going into detail, this man raped me and held me at knife point. I couldn't scream. I tried. I had no voice, nothing. I tried to fight, and I didn't have the strength to fight him off. And like, it sounds so stupid, but and it sounds like I'm going off on a tangent, but there is a reason for it. As a child of the 90s, you know, when you used to get like wallets or purses or whatever for Christmas, or your birthday or whatever, they used to come with little notepads in them. And as a child of the 90s, usually what you do is you fill out your contact information, don't you? Put your name and your address and your phone number. This man took my purse and saw my name, my address, my phone number, and told me that if I uttered a word, that he would find me, he would kill me in my sleep, and that I better hope I don't have a sister. I have a sister. She's 5 years younger than me. And I was petrified. When the ordeal was done, I was left in a heap. I did my best to get up, and I put my clothes back on. And I got on the bus and went home. And I tried to hide. There was like free newspapers on the bus and stuff, and I hid in them. By the time I got home, I wasn't thinking. Some of it's actually still a blur even to this day. I wasn't thinking. I didn't talk. What I did do though is I took everything I wore that day and I put it in a bin bag and I put it in the bin. And my mum my mum was like, "Why have you thrown that in the bin? It's brand new." And she was right. Like, she had literally just bought the clothes for like a summer holiday for that year. And I had binned them, and I begged her not to go in and get them. It was about, I don't know, 4 or 5 days later, I noticed I was still bleeding. And I took myself to the doctor. I still hadn't told anyone. I didn't tell my mum. I didn't tell my dad. I told no one. And I took myself to the doctor. And I even struggled to tell the doctor what had happened. So I actually made up a story of what had happened. I had basically said that I had, as stupid as this sounds, almost like an impaling accident, and he didn't believe me, funnily enough. But due to patient confidentiality, even at 12, if you say, "I do not want my parents to know," they won't tell them. So fast forward a little bit, I had a small procedure to essentially fix me. I'm okay physically now, but I was numb. I had no idea really what had actually happened to me. I had just started high school. I went to a Catholic high school where sex wasn't openly spoken about, not really anyway. And then there was one day where I felt like, I'm going to tell a teacher. I'm going to tell a teacher. On that same day, a teacher, I can't even remember how we got on the subject, but a teacher had just stood at the front of the class and said that sex before marriage was wrong, underage sex was wrong, and that you are nothing but a slut if you've done that. And I just sank. I just sank in my chair. And I thought, oh, well, is that me? Did I have sex? Like, is that what it is? And I buried it. I just didn't want to bring it up anymore. I didn't want to talk about it anymore. I didn't know how to exist anymore. So it was maybe a few months later. I deliberately walked into oncoming traffic. And my mum pulled me back and was just like, oh, what is it you're doing? What are you doing? And I kind of just pretended that I was being absent-minded. I wasn't paying attention. I wanted to die. I just wanted to die. I didn't want to be in this world anymore. Again, after that, I somehow managed to bury it again. And then when I was about 14, 15 years old, like my friend group, I suppose the natural thing for like teenage girls, I guess, are to talk about, oh, like, he's really good looking, isn't he? And I'm like, no, he's not. I could not understand physical attraction to men. Couldn't understand it. But what confused me further was I knew I had a physical attraction to women. And I didn't know how to deal with that either. I had no one to talk to. LGBTQ plus was not a thing in my school. I don't think it tends to be a thing in most Catholic schools, unfortunately. So once again, I felt alone with no one to relate to. And there was like a shitty moment when I was about 16. This is so stupid. Like, I would never do this in a million years as an adult, but as a child, I sent like a Valentine's Day card to one of my friends, who was a girl. And I didn't necessarily want her to know it was me. I tried to like disguise my handwriting. I just wanted to send it. But rather than call me out on it and go, "This is you, isn't it?" What she actually thought was, "How dare you send me a Valentine's card pretending to be a boy? Do you honestly think I need that? How dare you? You're disgusting." Blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I let her think that because telling her the truth sounded a lot harder than what had actually happened. Like, 16-year-old me just wanted to say, well, actually, I have a crush on you. But the thought of actually being sitting there and saying, I think I'm gay, was harder than accepting someone telling a lie about me. So I let her think that, and unfortunately, the little group of friends I did have at high school believed her, and I didn't have the strength. Again did not have the strength to fight and say no, that isn't me, or that isn't what happened. So I kind of, in my final sort of years of high school, I was suddenly I was alone, and I was lonely, probably for the first time in my life, and I didn't know how to bring people into my life. Incidentally, actually, in the final years of my high school, it turned out that I was dyslexic as well. I didn't know. It wasn't until my 6th year when I was attempting to do my advanced hires at high school. For anyone who doesn't know, advanced hires in Scotland are usually on blue paper. With my diagnosis, I struggle to read off of different coloured paper. I didn't know that until my advanced hires. So I ended up getting new glasses that were tinted yellow so that I was able to read properly. I ended up getting someone to help me read questions in exams, and it bridged the gap between high school and university. So that was helpful in a sense. So it also, I've never really had a very good sense of direction, so that started to make sense also. And so I had that too. I left high school. I was relieved. To leave, because sometimes, like, it's all very well to say, "Oh, I'm lonely" or whatever. That makes sense when you're in your bedroom alone. I think people struggle to realize that it is very, very. It's such a hurt. How do you explain feeling cripplingly lonely, surrounded by people? So I prefer to be alone, rather than invisible, which is how I felt. Uni came around, and I don't know how I got through it. I still to this day do not know how I got through university. I don't even remember some parts of university. I don't. And anyone who knows me knows that I've got a fantastic memory. I've got a really, really good memory. Not photographic, but almost. And I can't remember. I can't remember. I got to the start of my second year, and I needed help. I was starting to crumble. I went to my GP, who gave me 30 days worth of fluoxetine, and then said, take care. Let us know how you get on. And yeah, I didn't get on. I didn't get on very well at all. And that led to the second time I tried to kill myself. I ended up in A&E. I had overdosed on all the fluoxetine that I was given. My toxicity level, thankfully, wasn't that high because I vomited before I actually got to the emergency room. But I was losing consciousness, dizzy, crying in pain. None of my pain was physical, just I couldn't speak. I was just inconsolable. And it was that night that I finally told my mum and dad that I was raped. And it took a long time to stop wanting to just die. I can't begin to explain what it's like to sit in what I can only describe as a complete void. It's just complete darkness. And there's no one in it but you. Just, there was no way out. There was no light. There was no support. There was nothing there. I then started on a barrage of medication, fluoxetine, paroxetine, venlafaxine, amitriptyline, sertraline, you name it. I have been on it. I had anti-anxiety medication, I had propranolol, I had diazepam, I had mood stabilizers. I was on 1,000 milligrams of lithium at one point, every single day. I had to go for weekly blood tests to make sure that the medication I took wasn't poisoning me. And it still wasn't helping. I eventually came under the care of a psychiatrist, and one of the therapy measures that was offered to me was ECT, and I know probably people aren't quite familiar with what ECT is. It stands for electroconvulsive therapy. If you can imagine like old horror films, where literally they strap an electrode to each temple and they run an electrical current through your body. I think the best example I can think of, although not exactly the same as A Beautiful Mind, the film about John Nash. John Nash had schizophrenia. He was given a very similar therapy, although not ECT, I don't think, but very, very similar. I was to undergo, I think it was 6 sessions of ECT therapy. I lasted 1, or it was maybe 2 actually. I was an inpatient, like they would bring me in. Well, I was treated as an outpatient, I should say. They would admit me for the day. And I was given a sedative to basically relax my entire body. And then they would strap an electrode to each temple and run a current. I think the only way you knew I was having a seizure or having a fit is my eyelids would twitch. Essentially, ECT is a very, very old-fashioned way of, I guess, resetting a battery. I was terrified again. I felt like a mental patient. I felt like a crazy person. So is this really it? This is it for me? I got to the second session. And then on week 3, the nurse had called and said, "Right, Natalie, right, we'll bring you in on this day." And I went, "I'm not coming." I'm like, I don't know what's right for me. I don't know what's going to help, but I can't go through with this anymore. I couldn't deal with it anymore. It was only then. Now, this is after seeing a psychiatrist for about 7 or 8 months. It was only then that they decided to put me on a waiting list for a psychologist, to actually talk to someone. I didn't see anyone for 2 years. I didn't get to speak to anyone for 2 years. By the time I got to speak to anybody, it was my psychologist when I was 22. What went from I was probably going to see her maybe 1 session every 2 weeks became intensive therapy. I saw her twice a week for about 6 months. And it was a revelation. In combination with medication, finally, I talked myself to death. I had spent so long not talking, that I talked myself to death. We talked about everything, absolutely everything. And it was through her, I didn't feel shame anymore. I I've never been body confident, but at least I didn't want to scrape my own skin off anymore. It felt so dirty. And
Are you okay?
If you need a minute,
Yeah.
Nats, we can go to be
You-
right back for 5 minutes if you want.
no, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Take a big deep breath.
Yeah, you're amazing. Thank you for sharing.
As I say, I still didn't understand my sexuality at that point either. I lived at this point. By the time I had saw her, I lived at this point for 2 years, as a lesbian. I said I was gay, and that, I suppose, kept men away. And but that didn't feel right either. And I was so desperate. I was so desperate to know who I was and to understand who I was. And it was only through my psychologist actually that she's like, have you ever thought of maybe just not putting a label on it? And actually, I just sat in her office that day and went, huh, no, I hadn't thought about that actually. And as soon as I stopped trying to pigeonhole myself, things started to make a little bit more sense. Um, after therapy with her, I was able to openly talk about my assault. I'm not saying that it's gone. I live with this every day. I to this day still experience night terrors. I have chronic insomnia. On average, sometimes I only sleep about 3-4 hours a night. I have horrific nightmares sometimes. To the point where I talk in my sleep, I thrash in my sleep, and it's hard. So I also went on a trial of L-tryptophan, which is quite a strange amino. It's literally just an amino acid, but L-tryptophan actually helps with nightmares, believe it or not. And I went on a trial for L-tryptophan, and I used that for about a year, of which I was able to um, wean myself off that, and I don't have to take it now. My night terrors aren't as bad now. I still have very disturbed sleep. However, um, it's probably lifelong now at this point. It's went on for so long. Um, Another thing I was diagnosed with through my psychologist and psychiatrist is obsessive compulsive disorder, which could probably be more likened to obsessive compulsive traits now rather than the full on disorder. I think they were very quick to throw OCD at me, but in actual fact, I think we've come to the understanding of I probably more have traits than I do the actual disorder itself. Um, Obsessive hand washing. My hands were broken and infected quite a lot of the time. Through university, I wore, I think, about 3 pairs of gloves just so that I wouldn't get an infection from lecture halls and like public transport as well. Uh, you know, when I was in the shower, there was a time where I wasn't using Radox, I wasn't using shower gel, I was using full blown bleach um, directly onto my skin. I melted some of the skin under my arms, of which I still have a little bit of scarring. It's not as bad now. I've treated it a lot better. Um, but yeah, and when I couldn't get bleach, I used to use bathroom cleaner. Um, uh, and I kept it a secret, and it wasn't until that I couldn't find the bathroom cleaner that my mum had noticed that I had taken the oven cleaner. Um, and she's like, "You will melt a hole in your body if you use that." And again, that I had to get help with that also. My main diagnosis um, is I was diagnosed with major depression or major depressive disorder. Um, Sometimes it's known as, I suppose, the main, or you hear it thrown around a lot as clinical depression. Um, so it interferes with my ability to work, sleep, eat, do anything really. It is just a persistent feeling of perpetual sadness. I can't explain it any other way. I suppose it's the opposite to mania. I don't get highs. I am just consistently low. It can last weeks, months, and if I'm not careful, years. On top of that, I have a higher functioning general anxiety disorder. I still have panic attacks to this day. Granted, not as bad, but I still do. So I had revelations with my psychologist talking. The one thing I didn't want to do, the one thing that I was petrified of doing, the thing that I'm scared of doing now, helped. It stopped. It stopped a lot of the problems I was having. And I was able to be just that little bit more open. We fast forward, I guess, to 2020, the year of the pandemic. I won't go too much into what it is I do or anything like that. We'll just broad stroke it. But I work for NHS Scotland. I too did not get a break in the pandemic. I was there every day without fail. And again, I felt so alone. I was out there having to face this myself again. And now this time I wasn't allowed to see anyone. I could talk to them, but I found myself not having time, and it was a nightmare. And so I found myself alone again. And that went on for several months. And then ultimately, in August of last year, July, August of last year, I decided that I had had enough again. If this was life, I didn't want it. I was sick of it. Again, for those who don't know, I'm an insulin-dependent diabetic. My plan was to load up my pens and give myself enough of a dose that I would just go to sleep and not wake up. And when I had made that plan, there was peace. There was peace in me, if you can believe that. And I felt horrific. Like, I felt horrific before, and I felt peace. It was like, yes, it's going to end. I'm going to end it. I won't have to do this anymore. And then there was one night, funny enough, I could not sleep. I really struggled. And I had frequented Twitch on and off for the last few years. Never really interacted in chat or anything like that. I just, on and off, just watching playthroughs of games, because games was about the only thing that brought me any joy in any of this, to be honest. And I turned Twitch on, and there was two streamers that I still watch today, doing a co-op game of The Forest, which is like a horror game with cannibals and shit, and they were fucking hilarious. They were so funny, and I couldn't stop watching them. And even when the stream ended, I was still laughing. And I got up out of bed because I needed to go to the toilet, get myself a drink, and it dawned on me. I'm like, I don't remember the last time I laughed. I don't remember the last time I smiled. And I sank. And thought, this isn't you. This writing yourself off isn't you, because you've done it before and you can do it again. So I didn't. Any notes that I had written, I got rid of. I decided not to do what I was going to do, and instead I became part of these streamers communities. And for the first time, maybe ever, I actually said hello. I said hello, not other people saying hello to me and wanting to talk to me. I actually openly went into chat and said hi, which I had never really done before. And I met some amazing people through these two streamers. It's changed my life, actually. There are two individuals in my life right now that I don't know where I'd be without them. They have no idea what it is they do for me on a daily basis. And then I found myself in other people's streams saying hello. Then I'm like, what am I doing? this isn't characteristically me. And then I did the unthinkable. And on the 3rd of January of this year, I did my first Twitch stream. Something I have never ever foreseen myself doing or wanting to do or anything like that. And
What? Excuse me. What is your Twitch channel?
Waxing Moon 16. Yeah.
Chat, you know what to do.
So yeah, so my Twitch channel is there. I would say I probably come across loud, and I disguise a lot of things with humor, I have to say. I laugh constantly. And yeah, I started. I was like, okay, let's give this a go then. And I never want anyone to feel like how I felt. I never want anyone ever to feel alone. And I was like, I don't know how much reach I'm gonna have with Twitch, but if just one person listens, or not so much listens to my story exactly, but maybe if I'm just there, like those streamers that were there without them thinking that they were there, maybe I can do that for someone. And here we are, 4 months on, and I met Mr. Mac. February, maybe end of January, start of February. And I'm so glad I did. When he had talked about safe in our world, I was like, oh, that sounds like something I could do. So I applied to be champion as well. But I never would have found it without him. But I suppose, I know I could probably say more. To tell you the truth, it's not that I don't want to. I'm not sure what else to say at this point.
Thank you for being so brave and sharing your story. I am so glad you are here today to have shared it.
But if anyone does want to ask me something, by all means, feel free to ask me. I am more than happy. Just because I haven't said it doesn't mean I'm not happy to talk about it. It's maybe just the sheer fact that I haven't thought about it. So yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind asking, particularly people who have I'm not a leading expert here, but if you are struggling with sexuality, if you are struggling, if you've been in a position where you have been assaulted, I'm willing to listen to you.
So, it didn't make sense to put into my story, but I was sexually abused as a child. Nowhere near on the scale of what happened to you. But when I was in the Scouts, and then that was a teacher at the high school I had to go to. So I had to see him on a regular basis. As has happened twice now in my life, once where I witnessed a friend's rape, and obviously because of my ADHD and all the rest of and because of my tablets, particularly at the time, because they are a controlled substance and they were extremely controlled substances at the time, my dad had to come on that trip with me. So his excuse of making sure that the kids were clean didn't apply because my dad was in the next room. But because of my ADHD, they didn't think I'd make a reliable witness, so refused to use me. They didn't want to use me to give evidence, and he got off, and he got to carry on being a teacher. And then again in my adult life, when I witnessed a friend's rape, they said the same. And they thought, "Oh, you'll be too easy to wind up. You'll be too easy to wind up into the box." And that the fact that I couldn't be there for her broke me as well. And I know there are so many people out there that have suffered sexual assault and all the rest of it. Again, as I said earlier, it is not something you should be ashamed of. It is not your fault. It may feel that way, you may be told that way, and my heart broke when the Catholic school stuff and you being told that you were wrong, and in every step and turn, it must have been so difficult. That was a really powerful story, and I thank you for sharing. But again, as I say, yes, I am perfectly happy to that happened to me as well, and I'm happy to share that to destigmatize this. It is not your fault.
To be honest, thank you for sharing it, because it's a point that I would like to make as well. I mean, rape's not a women's issue.
No. And it's...
sexual assault is not a women's issue. It's about humans who stop behaving like humans.
And don't treat other humans like humans.
My attacker's free. He is roaming about free now. And there was a lot of guilt that I had, because I didn't come forward. I didn't stand up and say, that man did that to me. By the way, the man that did that to me, complete stranger. I don't know who he is. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. If he didn't do it to me, he was going to do it to someone.
Yeah.
And I remember, actually, do you know something? I remember a rape crisis center when my first attempt to try and get help for this. I remember going to a rape crisis center, and the woman who I know was just trying her best said to me, "Well, at least you know you weren't targeted." And I went, "That doesn't make me feel better." Although I know that's not what she meant, you know. That's not what she meant. She literally was trying her best. I'm not trying to put anyone down for anyone who's tried to help me over the years.
So I I I have been on the end of far too many people telling me about their rape stories. I can't even count the number of people. I used to do modeling photography as a hobby and also build websites for models. It was something that I did again, like as kind of thing earlier. I was working for Lunchplayer. I had extra time. Started trying to do websites for bands. They were completely useless. Always out on tour, designed by committee or whatever. I went on Yahoo Answers and looked for people wanting flash. Again, I got to age myself here. Flash websites. And I found models, and I was like, awesome. They'll have good photos, so I can make nice looking websites. I built hundreds of those, and I spoke to hundreds of girls, and the number of them that told me about this, that brought up sexual assault, was horrifying, and it changed me as well. It changed me as a person and friends also. I have even recently, people have confided me in it, and I'm kind of grateful that in certain cases that I actually had the tools to be able to speak to them, and they had the counselling recently, but it is not uncommon even is the shocking truth. It is not something that makes you, oh well, you're no, that doesn't happen to people, that you're not it's your fault, whatever, that doesn't happen to other people, it does, unfortunately. And consent is very important, people. Like, you could do it, but then there are the, excuse my friends, fuckers out there like that man, who went out of his way and made a plan to do that, and went and wanted to do that to another human being. Like, that doesn't leave you. Again, recently I was talking to someone about there. It was like, oh yeah, I got sexually assaulted as a child as well. It's like, oh, I haven't thought about that for a few months. That's your best case scenario. That you might get a few months without thinking about it. It is something hard to survive. It's something hard to talk about, and I really, really commend you for how openly and honestly you talked about that. That must have been extremely difficult. So thank you. And I'm glad you're in a better place now. But again, it's always going to be a journey.
Keep
putting in the work.
Talking on consent, the girl that got pregnant with me, she done that behind my back. She poked holes in condoms and that because she decided that she was ready and she didn't want me to potentially leave her because we weren't in a great way. So she took that upon herself. So there is, and I think that's kind of what makes me the angriest about it, is that whole thing could have been avoided.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you chiming in with that, Craig. We understand that would be difficult to bring up, obviously, following your segment earlier on as well. And I can't thank Ollie's enough, especially, well, sorry, everyone is actually, to be honest. And, it's a difficult thing to come on here and speak about these touching subjects. And I think I seen I've also I just seen somebody mention something, and it's a callback to something that Nat said herself. The Crafty Gamer Ladies hubby in the chat there, courage equals this. Courage is speaking just exactly what you said, and I obviously I wholeheartedly appreciate you taking the time to speak, Nats.
I think I'll go now.
Can you go, Nats?
No, it's just quite simply, your own brain bullies you and it kicks you down. And I'm not saying that at the end of every story there is light or, you know, revelation or a turnaround. Sometimes that doesn't happen for people. I never, on my quest to recovery, I never was looking to be deliriously happy. I just wanted to love who I was, and understand who I was, be proud of who I am.
You should be. Are you comfortable in your skin now? That was
I am a very, well, when I say confident, we'll put an asterisk next to that, I guess. We'll say I am a proud bisexual female who has accepted both sexuality and I do I do love who I am. I'm glad that I understand who I am now. I have spent so long existing, because I can't put it any other way, existing,
surviving.
that I intend to live now. And I will do whatever it is I can to make sure that I do.
We'll all
Because
be there pushing you now.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, you're going to be getting messages from me just to make sure you're okay. All of you, because
Yeah.
it's just, and you were saying about strength and that, everybody in this channel should be immensely proud of who they are for everything that we've all dealt with. Everybody in the chat as well. We've all dealt with some shit. We're all still standing for
I think that's probably
whatever various reasons.
Yeah, on you go, Mark.
I think that's probably an important thing to say. We have dealt with some really serious things today around suicide and sexual assault and loss and grief and all of those things. Like, if you've identified with our stories, like if you have been bottling up the sexual assault, if you know, please seek help where you can, even if it's talking to a friend. But obviously, try and get professional help. Like, it is the hardest thing, as I've found out recently, like, to fix it yourself. It's you know, you need to work at these things, and if you take anything away from what I said, like, please don't get to where I was. Like, please seek help first. Reach out, try and talk to me. You can get me on Instagram if you want, because I was gonna say I'm still struggling, like, to get through the mountain of Twitter DMs and things like that. So I'm not particularly observant on there. If you need to reach me, obviously the Discords, I'll try and be in, but doesn't come up that much. But you know, speak to someone, please. Like,
On the same
That's
thing,
the-
my DMs are open for absolutely everybody. As soon as I see your message, I'll get back to you. If you ever need to talk, even about the dumbest thing that you can think of, my DMs are open and I will answer you.
yeah.
The way that I like, one of the first things my psychologist asked me is like, how would you describe your mind? How does it work? And to this day, I am very methodical. I am a logical person. I start from A and I work all the way up to B. And I like to think that, bear with me with this analogy, but I like to think that my brain is a library. So every thought process I have, every memory I've got is a book on a shelf and everything's in its place. The way mental health affects me is someone has come into my library and has proceeded to boot down every shelf and everything is falling around me like a domino effect. And I can see what needs to be done. I can see what needs to be fixed, but I can't do it on my own. And I think that's one thing about mental health as well, is somehow, somewhere along the line, you're kind of led to believe that this is a you problem and you've got to do it on your own. And I guess to an extent there is a little bit of truth to that. There is internal work that no one else can do but you.
But you need to know what that work is, and that's
Exactly. But
so
you,
hard to see on your own and to realize that on your own, or certainly in my experience,
but what
you
people
often know
need to
you with.
realize, yeah,
And
is it's a journey that is is best to walk with someone. And you don't know what it means to someone when you say, are you okay? Now I know we've touched on like saying I'm fine, and people will just go, oh yeah, I'm fine. Oh, she said she's fine. Um, my advice to you is be persistent. If you have a gut feeling that someone is not fine, make sure they know that you are there. Um, even if it is just a, hey, just checking in. It's okay if you don't want to reply, but I'm here. And then that person knows, even though they maybe don't want to talk at that point, they know that you are there and ready to talk at any point. Um,
they know someone cares,
yeah.
which can
Um,
often be. You can often feel that no one does, and that's very isolating.
definitely.
So just knowing that someone cares can often just be that real light for someone in the darkness.
Yep, definitely. Um, and granted, you guys don't know me, not personally, maybe.
I know you're amazing.
There you go. There you go.
and
What we're all thinking.
and and I guess to an extent I don't really know you. But if I can help you in any way, I will listen to you. Um I will always I mean, as you heard, I don't really sleep, so if it's during the night it's fine. Um I'll probably reply. um, so yeah, I will listen. Um as I say, I don't claim to be an expert on anything here. But I
Yeah.
certainly will. I certainly will listen to you.
And again, as also, it's important probably to add the disclaimers. I assume you said you worked in the NHS, but I am not a doctor, certainly. This is not meant to be medical advice. Like talking to a doctor is important. Like,
Hmm.
but I think the point is to just we are sharing our stories so that you realise others are going through it. And things that have worked or not worked for us, etc. But like, see, if you are in dealing with some of the very more serious stuff that we've been talking about, please, please, please seek a professional's help. Like it
Definitely.
will take us so much. It just helps. Like, again, it just talking often just helps. Just saying it, but then they've also like may be able to offer you some tools or some things or something, or just it's I don't know. And also, don't let it get as far as some of us may have let it get, and all the rest of it. Like, you're like, oh well, I don't, it's not as serious as. But if you are not feeling right,
Yeah, and the
get
cheesiest
help
way.
early. Like, it'll make it a lot easier. It won't make it quite as long a journey, and please don't kill yourself.
The easiest way is we've lived through it, so you don't have to. We're telling you, don't let it get that far. Don't bottle it. Don't let it sit in your mind. Straight away, talk to somebody. Get help. That's what you need. All of us here have told stories where we sat on it and it came to the point right before the edge for pretty much all of us. And by whatever miracle it's been pulled back, but it shouldn't get that far for anyone, ever. If you need it, yeah, we're all here to talk. We will talk to any of you, but talk to somebody professional. None of us are mental health professionals. They will help more than we ever could.
Yep, definitely. Just I know I think I mentioned it to one or two. We do obviously have a quick write in. I'm conscious that I've kept people long, but I feel that it's important because they took the time to write this, that we give this a quick a quick read out. I don't want it to seem like an addendum on the end of some really hard hitting discussions and some really important things. But if people would bear with me for a wee minute. Is that alright?
Go for it.
All
Yes.
right. So, like I said, I have checked with them and they are totally fine with me mentioning who it is. Again, we are, or I'm even just sitting in this conversation just now, we're raising money at the minute for Safe in Our World. They are doing a drive next month. Which is for the entire month, which I'll cover at the end of the stream. So if there is any other write-ins like this one I'm about to read read out, reach out to myself, to Nats, to anybody here. We'll be able to either keep it confidential or read out, something that you maybe not be comfortable to come on in future streams and speak out. So a lot of people know that I stream obviously every week, and I stream on a Friday. And it's lad banter, and absolute. That's just the bottom line. It's lad banter with two best friends, two of which have both struggled with mental health, and even though the two of us were there for each other, it's still a struggle. Knowing that you don't really want to lean on somebody else. So this, if I can make it through it, that is. This is a write-in from our friend Gary. Now I need a minute.
Take as much time as you need, mate. Take as much time as you need.
Do you know I read through this myself before, and I thought it was going to be fine.
No,
it's fine.
Too close to the heart. Send it to one of us, and we'll read it.
100%.
I'll quite happily read it if you need.
I'll see how far through I get through it. So,
yeah, just let us know, man. We're here.
Appreciate it. Thank yous. If you asked me years ago about mental health, I would have called it a myth and thought it was weak that people suffered from it. Little did I know, I would have to battle with
exactly. I'm happy to read it.
100%. Little did I know, I would have to battle with my own mental health and try to live my life with this new me. All my life, I would see myself as a very easygoing person who doesn't get stressed about anything, but all that came crumbling down a few years ago. I work for the NHS, which I'm proud of. In the NHS, I work in a theatre department, which brings many different things through the door, from elective surgeries to trauma and emergency procedures. During my time, there was an incident that I was part of which rocked my mental health. For reasons of patient confidentiality, I won't be able to give further details than that. It wasn't anything different from any other working day, but for some reason, this one hit in a different way, and I just really struggled with it, unknowingly by myself. I never even realised it was my mental health at the beginning, as I had never suffered from mental health issues up to this point. For maybe 2 to 3 weeks, I was getting emotional and I had really bad nausea. Then, I was really slipping into a depression with high levels of anxiety, which I can't even describe. I found myself very withdrawn with both friends and family. One day I went to work and was talking to a colleague about everything that was going on with me. She was amazing and I can never thank her enough. By talking to her, we both kind of came to the same conclusion that maybe it was mental health related, and this is where the journey begins. I went off sick from work to try and sort myself out with no knowledge of my own mental health problems or even how to go about fixing it myself. I really struggled at the beginning with how to fix myself and what even was going wrong with me. Also trying to convince yourself that you're okay and don't have any mental health issues, I started talking about my thoughts and feelings with close friends and close family who all helped, even if it wasn't professional help. They contributed a big part to my recovery. I found it frustrating trying to get others to understand having never suffered from mental health issues. I got myself onto a waiting list for a mental health clinic and I had to wait over 3 months before I seen anyone in a professional manner. It was more like an introduction into mental health, a group workshop, which isn't what I was looking for. I really needed one-to-one care to give me a chance to talk about myself. After this, I really struggled with my mental health for a year and a half by this point. I was having good and bad days and certainly had enough. My mental health was overtaking all decision making and taking any enjoyment out of life. At this point I decided it was time for medication. I kinda thought medication was the easy way out for myself and wanted to try to exhaust everything else before taking this path. My GP agreed that medication might be the best way forward. I can say that it really did help. I went from having uncontrollable anxiety, low moods, and 3-hour sleeps to 9-hour sleeps, normal moods, still have good and bad days, more good than bad though, and no anxiety. It really changed my life for me and my family. I finally got one-to-one counselling, which I cannot recommend enough. The professional service that didn't try to fit you into a textbook, listened, guided, and educated you on understanding your issues. Now, 3 years in, I still have bad and good days. With COVID though, like many through this pandemic, it has been a real struggle. I'm definitely not cured, and probably never will be. This is the new me, and I wish I could wake up, and be the old me, but that's just never going to be. I think of my mental health like a bust dam, like you try and fix it with sellotape, but there will still be leaks, and it may burst again, but it's about doing what you can to prevent it. With my experience, I would like to list a few things that I found helped me and hopefully will help someone else. So the first of those is family and friends are key. The second one is life is worth nothing without a strong base of people that you care about and they care about you back. My household is the reason I'm still here and haven't done anything irreversible to myself. They're the real reason that I wake up and the reason I will never give up my struggle. The third is to find people that you can talk about mental health with. For him it was his family, friends and colleagues. Being open about your mental health really is hugely relieving, and it's unbelievable how many people come to you or have similar stories or have people close to them with similar issues. It isn't as uncommon as it feels, it's just not that a lot of people talk about it. He sums up at the end by providing a few points. One of them is finding goals. When I'm really down, trying to find goals to accomplish really helps me to focus on the day-to-day activities, even if it's stupid stuff. Go for a walk, do housework, doesn't matter what it is, set reasonable goals and do them to have a sense of accomplishment for that day. Exercise. I lack motivation for this most of the time, like many others, but it's so important and really helps in many ways. Not only does it keep you healthy, but lets you clear your mind, give you focus and a sense of accomplishment when you've done it. Find hobbies and passion projects. I have recently took up painting this year and it's been so therapeutic. Making something out of nothing and watching the progress of a project coming together, it's a sense of achievement. Also gives you focus and makes him lose hours and forget about his own mind when fully concentrated. I hope this gives a peek into struggles and could have at least been 500 pages long, but I've condensed it. I just hope with raising awareness it no longer becomes a taboo subject to talk about. Mental health issues are really common, yet there is a stigma attached to it. I hope this helps someone out there. Sorry, I need to read this lastly.
No, it's fine.
Take a breath.
Take your time. Thank you for reading.
Thanks for Sean, for giving me this opportunity to share my story. Gary.
Thank you, Sean. A round of applause for Sean as well, Mr. Mack, for organising this stream and reaching out to all of us, raising 815 quid for
fantastic charity.
Fantastic charity. Like, thank you all for watching and listening to us. Mr. Mack.
Yeah.
You also got that hot chili to eat, haven't you?
I've got a hot chili, and you
got to play Meat Boy and possibly play Fortnite with the missus soon.
I planned this off the back of some very generous people offering to come on and assist with this Mr. Mick Reese Boy, I swear down. So
Done spelling the Scottish surnames.
So, I started, the idea of this was basically going to be me, because I didn't think that many people would be too interested. There's some stories and things on the Safe in Our World website that is basically, different examples of how people have felt stressed, and I was just going to read some of them out in between playing different games. A couple of people offered to come on, obviously some people have written in, and it's managed to manifest into this. I can only thank every one of you enough. Safe in Our World means a lot to me. Mental health, video games, the full lot, absolutely. Mark has come on and spitballed some goals that we've managed to absolutely smash, and obviously I've not read out anybody's stuff, and we'll get to that later. But 500 is hot sauce jalapeno. I added a jalapeno like an absolute idiot, but Super Meat Boy streams, and obviously the last one of 1,000. All of that means so much to me, but the main thing, the biggest thing, has been people coming on, people speaking, just sharing their things so that other people can weigh in, and other people can draw from that as well. So obviously what we'll do is I'll take a break in a minute. I'm going to go and speak to the panel guests as well at the same time too. I don't know while I set this up, because I want to do something with this sign as we're signing out. But I don't know if anybody has any comments on Gary's stuff, because I never really asked anybody about that. But if there's anything to remark.
So my comment would be, unfortunately, a GP is a jack of all trades.
Yep.
And a master of none. They are not a mental health professional. General practitioner, I believe is what they call it in the States, or your family doctor or whatever. Like, they are there to cover as much as possible, and never be afraid to ask to be referred to a specialist and when dealing with mental health. Like, the number of people, stories that I've been talking to people about mental health, where it's where the GP hasn't known, the GP's recommend, but they just follow the GP's advice or whatever, and like it doesn't work, or it isn't the right thing. Like, seeking out mental health professionals is really important. Like, and as we were talking about with medication earlier as well, like, the first one may not be right. Don't be afraid to say if something, after obviously the time periods that are, that you need to wait for it to actually fully take effect, it isn't working or is having a negative effect on yourself. Never be afraid to ask for a second opinion. This is your life. This is your happiness, your everything. Like, this is important. So fight for it. Again, if my parents hadn't fought for me and driven me to have many different specialists and all the rest of it, like, I wouldn't be where I was today. It's worth fighting for. It's worth putting the work in.
Absolutely.
And I really thank everyone for listening, and especially for the panelists for sharing some
Yeah.
really amazing and personal stories. That takes courage, and I think you've given me a place for sharing my story and what's been happening in a controlled way, where I don't have to deal with thousands of people like suddenly like
Yeah, it's definitely
wanting to send well wishes, which again is awesome and all the rest of it, but can also be, when you're in this kind of state, like really daunting and really like just adding to the stress of like, oh shit, I need to get back to all these people. Are we close to wrapping up?
Absolutely.
Oh,
I can ask you a wee
Shall we
favour, Mark, if you don't mind.
go around and pimp everyone, please?
Absolutely. Can you do me a favour, Mark? Are you still in the game? Is that you?
Oh, yeah.
Would you go behind this Safe in Our World logo, and it was going to be a wee bit nicer, but unfortunately I don't know how to force it to go into night mode. But if you fly behind the the Safe in Our World site, and then if everybody is, yeah, definitely take a so
not hit that.
Yeah, definitely not. So if we can just go around the table, and then we'll sign it with this nice wee thing. That I would just like to give shout out to Mrs. Mac for arranging this this logo. This was her friend that did this, and she came on. I didn't know what she was doing. I just let her go with it, and she set that up behind here, which we'll get to in a quick second. Once we're finished and we say cheerio, I'm going to hit the I'm going to hit the Be Right Back scene. I'm going to go and talk to the panelists, and I'll come back in and just check in with chat before I go for a quick break. But let's start with Craig. Where can the good people find you, man?
You can find me on twitch.tv/abscythe, which is ABSEITH. I do plan to stream a bit more, as I explained earlier. Like, the main reason I don't is because I just don't feel good in it. And you can find me on Twitter at Abscythe as well.
Thanks very much, mate. And Crafty, are you back?
I am. I'm here.
There we go. Where can the people find you?
Well, I'm on twitch.tv/craftygamerlady, and you can also find me under craftygamerlady on Twitter and Instagram.
Thanks very much, and thanks both of you for your time. Mr. Joe Medforce, where can they find you, man?
So, I'm at Joe Medforce on every social media platform that people care about: Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays on twitch.tv/Joe Medforce. If you miss those, you can check out youtube.com/Joe Medforce for stream highlights, video essays, sometimes a little sing-song. And I will just take this opportunity to say that I am doing a 1-year anniversary stream a week from today, Saturday, May 1st, celebrating 1 year of myself Twitch streaming. We'll be playing community games. There's going to be giveaways and surprises, and it should just be a really fun time. So everyone is invited and more than welcome. And because it's obviously been a while since I've been in the main chat here while I was grabbing some food and stuff for myself, I just wanted to say thank you to Natalie, thank you to Mark, thank you to Crafty, thank you to Craig, thank you to Gary, and of course thank you to Mr. Mac for putting this all together, raising awareness and support for such an incredible cause, and giving us all a space where we can share our stories. And I think that everyone has done so much today, and everyone in chat as well. I already said it as a message, sharing how they feel in response to the things that have been said, and just being here for each other is incredible, and you should all be so proud and just know that you're all incredible. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joe. Mark, where can they find you?
What he said. How many crowds you got now, Joe? In full go.
I got a few.
You got a few, yeah. A very entertaining stream. So I can highly recommend it. Yeah, I'm Mark Freeman at the Indie Boy 1. Neither of them bloody use it as well. But anyway, on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere else, Indie Boy in Twitch and PSN. Just Twitch chat. I don't stream. I run the community Zoom every Saturday at usually 7 p.m. UK time and 11 a.m. Pacific time. It's always a fun place. We'll probably still be going once Mr. Mac finishes tonight. It usually goes for quite a while. I'll be starting it at 9 o'clock after I've just got some food and all the rest of it. Everyone's always welcome. It's just a pop in, pop out. You know, it doesn't matter. Join for 5 minutes, join for 10. And as I say, on the 15th of May will be the year anniversary of me having done this weekly. God knows how many hours in total. And there may be some fun and games and special appearances and prizes and things like that as well that I'm all working on. So if you've got some time and you've wanted to join tonight's fine, but yeah, the 15th will
That's the big
probably
one.
be something special.
One.
Yes, thank you everyone for the courage of sharing their stories and helping break down the stigma. You are not alone.
Absolutely.
You are loved.
Correct.
Please don't do anything stupid. Talk to someone if you feel some of the ways we've described. It will help you. It will make your life so much better.
Nats, where can the good people find you? Thanks very much, Mark.
As I said, I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. If you fancy hanging out with me, I stream Monday to Thursday, 9:30 GMT. I say 9:30. It's usually about, I don't know, 10:45 by the time I get my arse sorted.
She plays a good getting starting all the way between the two times. By the way.
I play a rave every night. It's great. Love it. But I am a variety streamer here on Twitch if you want to follow me there. I'm on Twitter at WaxingMoon16 and Instagram at WaxingMoon16, but with a double X because apparently WaxingMoon16 was taken. So I'm double X on Instagram. But should you wish to follow my degenerate arse, you're more than welcome to.
Thanks for watching, Mark. If you want to fire that button away, it was going to look more impressive with the nighttime cycle. But if you want to hit that button, we'll show off the true talents of Gillian's friend. Definitely check Waxing Moon out in terms of Safe in Our World stuff as well. She's doing a charity week stream. Which is starting. I think it's the third. I think is the full week. We've also got some other things too. So follow Wax, and I'm sure she'll be getting plenty of shout outs for that. So
also donate if you can.
Donate if you can. At the bottom, Mark, see us out. It might not be as nice as what I anticipated, but there's some nice fireworks to sign us off. So I'm going to go and talk to I'm going to go talk to my panelists just ever so quickly, and then I'll be back in chat for a couple of minutes before I go and take a wee break. But thanks again to everybody in here. Much appreciated. See you later, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you.